Cada año, a lo largo de toda la región, un desafío es anunciado. Un enfrentamiento que convoca a los mejores guerreros. El llamado a la batalla se hace escuchar, y con ello, la decisión de poner a prueba sus más grandes habilidades. Sin importar los adversarios ni obstáculos que se presenten en el camino. Todo por demostrar su fortaleza y supremacía frente a los más poderosos rivales. Beast Ghost, Kokori, Thunder Predator, Echo Boys, Team Brasil, Omega Gaming, Unknown Team, Latam Defenders. Solo uno de ellos logrará la hazaña y obtendrá la gloria. ¡Victory!
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Movistar LPG. We're now live with our playoffs here on our first match between Team Brazil and Omega Gaming, and the match we thought would be coming at us 4 days ago, but we did have a delay. And here we are now. Thanks for standing by. We're now back with you here. And going to begin our playoff run here all the way to the grand finals. Our next match after this, another best of 3, is going to be played right in just around 3 hours between Thunder Predator and Team Unknown. Alrighty, we have our draft underway here. The usual suspects, of course, Viper Slardar, so probably one of these ended up going to be either a support or a mid lane, or maybe both of them. With the Mars and Lifestealer, so already counter-picking the Lifestealer just to make sure nothing sneaky switches on through.
10 seconds remaining.
As we'll be getting to see here Omega with their first pick overall, and make that last pick overall here on Team Brazil then on the Radiant side. Already anticipating the new patch, as many people are, as tomorrow we're going to actually have lower bracket elimination matches on the docket here, with a brand new patch slated to be started. What has traditionally been released early Valve time, so we can expect a patch to already be not old, but about 5 or so hours old, quote unquote, by the time it's time for playoffs here between a couple of our teams. Of course, our lower bracket beginning tomorrow. is going to see ourselves just a single elimination match here to begin with due to the seeding of the tournament, and then an upper bracket match immediately after. Actually, it looks like we start with the upper bracket match. Sorry, we start with the elimination match and then go to the upper bracket match to set us up for our grand finals. Indeed is the case. So make sure you guys are tuning in tomorrow as well, because we're going to have the losers of Team Brazil and Omega, our current match, going up against the loser of Thunder Predator versus Unknown on a brand new patch for some SA Dota tomorrow. So that'll be great, guys. Hopefully you could tune in then. For now, though, we do see the Shadow Demon get picked up. It's a pretty common counter to the Lifestealer. Not quite, because of the slow is pretty decent. The lane is meh. It's mostly going to be the disruption. It synergizes quite nicely though with the Slardar, with a Viper. It gives you the possibility for a second break, one of the very few heroes that can quote unquote naturally get a break, because naturally is, you know, getting an Aghanim Scepter anyway, because then you get the charges as well, which is going to be really nice for the Shadow Demon. The slow, of course, going through BKBs, goes through the Rage, Soul Catcher as well, could always be potentially very, very strong against tanky heroes like the Mars, like the Lifestealer. So yeah, and then it allows the Slardar to reposition a little bit more, perhaps get an extra bash or two off in team fights around a disrupted hero. As Brazil, they will then go with the Chen. They think that it's probably going to be a Slardar support, so there's no room in this draft for something like an Ench, for something like a Marana. Marana generally, in my opinion, a much harder counter to the Chen than the Enchantresses.
10 seconds
The
remaining.
Ench does begin to suffer a little bit. Early levels are definitely in the Ench's favor, but the Marana just absolutely murders Chen, basically, and makes him absolutely useless except for his aura during the laning stage, because you just kill all of his creep with one arrow at any stage of the game. It's quite a balanced hero, this Marana.
Radiant team picked.
What'll it be? The Sven then for Omega, which means that they're going to be trying to keep this Slardar, potentially Viper pick, a little bit vague. We did have some hard carry bans already. Void as well. I should be a little bit more specific than Faceless Void and the PA, both banned, as Brazil will go to the Invoker. And I'm going to take a page out of the Dark Mago Invoker book. Hmm.
10 seconds remaining.
The Invoker versus the Viper is not a terrible matchup, actually, for our Invoker. There's worse ones to have. It's not very fun, though. Generally, Invoker doesn't really like it when you can kind of just man up and hit him, like a Broodmother, like a Viper. With the Quas Orbs, though, the region that you get, you can usually afford to try and out-heal the Viper in the lane, though. So it's probably not going to be, if it is a mid lane Invoker, which it almost certainly is, it's not going to be an Exhort Invoker anyway. Omega, though, they're going to be banning heroes that can flex mid, position 4, that the Invoker can also do, because those are the only two positions realistically you might want to run this Invoker in. Offlane Invoker would just be weird. I guess you could flex the Mars mid, is what I mean by that, but I think that's just bad overall.
5 seconds remaining.
As we'll take a look here at our bans, Omega, they reckon, or at least Team Brazil reckon, they're looking for a mid laner here. Furion as well, going to be banned. Take that one away from Oscar, potentially.
Radiant team pick.
Snapfire is the last ban as well, is a really good ban. Wonder, well, Phoenix is banned. The Undying still, nope, Undying as well, first phased ban. Feels like the Undying hero he's either first phase ban material or he's not worth picking. Kind of tends to be the way that the Undying tends to affect the meta anyway. All right, Brazil, you need yourselves a position 4 most likely, and they will then take the Marana. Yeah, I mean, maybe Omega should have thought about it, but hey, it's still very good here for Team Brazil, of course. The TA against Invoker is a pretty good counter, though. So it seems like they weren't really prepared for that one. And it will be then, a stand-in, I believe, for Team Brazil. 'Cause that does not appear to be ADR. You never know with ADR, though. He always likes to switch his name, but that appears to be, I believe, the mid laner from, well, obviously, Team Hawar. This, of course, the team to actually qualify for the BTS Pro Series. Does appear to be Mini. Okay, okay. ADR perhaps needing to stand in for today. Waiting to see who locks in the Shadow Demon. Obviously, it's not Core, but is it going to be INS that we usually see on Omega? It is. Okay, he just changed his name. No big deal. And everything else is going to be pretty standard, except no ADR here this game for Team Brazil. I was away from my computer during the lobby chat phase, preparing a little bit of a breakfast for myself so I could have some energy for these casts. It's at 6 a.m. here. Actually, it's 6:30, but, you know, same difference. Either way, it's going to be Costaville then on the Golden Retriever. His lane is going to be a little bit difficult there versus the Slardar. Panda, position 5 on the Viper, it is, as they want to run the Shadow Demon position 4, so it looks like they're going to be wanting to go probably for an Aghanim Scepter or a variety of different just items on the Shadow Demon that obviously you're not able to build on Panda. They have gotten the jump on Team Brazil here, though, with this TA pick. It's a pretty darn good one. No one really doing too much burst damage. In fact, maybe the Mirana is your best at actually getting through those refraction charges, but even beyond that, the lane is incredibly easy here versus the Invoker. You're going to be able to pop off very, very nicely. Chen is basically free kills for you, so is the Mirana, of course, with the exception of the leap charges. You're going to be able to undercut as well the timing of the Lifestealer. You pretty much cut through a Mars as well, thanks to your Desolator. It's a really good pick here. It's a really good pick. Good draft out from the side of Team Omega. The concern, of course, comes in, well, how is this position 5 Viper going to fare in the lane then? You are paired with probably one of the most strongest heroes in the game right now, but Sven not necessarily known for his strength in the laning phase. In fact, he's usually known for his strength and saying, screw this lane, running into the jungle and then farming up a whole storm. So it's going to be a bit of a concern here. At least you are going to have some levels on your Viper, but I don't know. It's a really tough offlane. King RD here then on the Mirana. What? Hold on, let me just make sure. So it's an offlane Mirana. Theolicor currently not here, I suppose? Hold on. Yeah, that's Stavo, right? So that should be a position 4 Mars, then I presume. So we do have 2 stand-ins for the side of Team Brazil. As Theolicor is supposed to be on the roster now. Obviously, that's not the case. So King RD offlane Mirana then versus the Sven's a bit more scary, right? Because that changes the dynamic a little bit. Of course, more stats on the Mirana, so she hits a bit harder. I mean, not right now, of course, but we'll get there eventually. But plus 5 stats to begin with. Not too bad. Nothing to write home about for sure. The Mars, of course, is going to go for a Bracer, then into the Phase Boots. I'm not really sure then who... What the heck? Garrity is their offlaner, though. Is this just a Mirana special from him? It is a Mirana special. Okay, that makes sense. As he will be looking to go top. They have fed him a Tango, though, and I think this is his own ward, so I think it is just a support. I think it's a support Mirana. I think we're gonna have to see. They're gonna be going for first blood, but I think it's gonna be a support Mirana. We check here. We have the technology. Real quick, check King RD's page. Yeah, he's almost always offline here, even on the Mirana, so I would be surprised if he went for anything else. We'll take a look, as they are going to scout Davo up top lane. No surprises to them, really, but he's going to try and get this ward down all sneaky beaky like he knows that's very unlikely, though. As, of course, they're probably standing there on the high ground. Quas orbs are ready to go for our Invoker. As there's our, what's it called, a reggaeton song of the day, courtesy of Dark Mago. What he's currently listening to, and we'll be moving on from there. 3 heroes bot lane set to contest the rune. Mini on over to the mid lane to block as the Invoker. Of course, very, very important that you actually get your creep equilibrium correct in this lane versus the TA. It's already real difficult, your lane that is. But bot lane is already where it's popping off, quote unquote. Arrow will catch just the tail end there of INS. Not for a very long duration though, so he's going to be A-okay then underneath this tier 1 tower. Mini ready to go again with the 3 Quas orbs leveled. It gives him underneath the tower actually a lot of regen. 6.3, 2 tangos here as well versus the TA here. Level 1, easy breezy. Level 2, oof, ouch, owie, my HP pool. This is going to be a little bit difficult here as we actually have taken the side blades to level 1. So oof, ouch, owie, my HP pool at level 1 then for Mini is going to be the name of the game. We do have another arrow down bottom. It looks like that one. Sorry, make that top lane. I'm not sure if it connected or not, but Oscar potentially in some trouble here as they do have the open wounds applied. Costabil though with 3 stacks, now 4 of the Shadow Poison. It does need to be careful. This damage starts to get a little crazy here when you get that high. His top lane getting crazy is Panda. Already winning his first blood with the kill onto King RD. We get to see how much that poison pops down Costabil for though, as you don't really want to be giving the Shadow Demon too many stacks of that early. Good stuff there, the poison, but there's not really much else you could do. I mean, you can't just give up the entire lane. As Dark Mago is going to, well, I'm sure he knew, of course, as he plays a ton of Invoker, but he's going to be refreshed on the fact that, of course, you do take damage to Tornado, as there will be a little bit of a trade down bottom. INS with the kill onto Costabil before he goes. King Jungle's then the only one getting solo experience for that kill. I apologize, first Dota match of the day, folks. We'll take a look at top lane where Panda is just doing a great job at harassing here. Doesn't have a whole lot of mana regen, unfortunately, but with the point in Corrosive Scan, you can afford to be just honestly very, very annoying, as we'll begin to see how that goes for him. So INS does take a death there. He's not level 2, however, and he comes back with full HP and mana. Costabil goes, oh, great. Can't wait to keep playing my favorite game of Dota 2, the video game. And he's going to eat a bunch of Shadow Poison before he purges off the 2 stacks, and we do have a pause. As I just wanted to look mid. Nothing really going on here too crazy. I thought this is where it's going to be popping off, but honestly, I mean, TA not really known for her early kill potential. Neither is Quaswex Invoker. Well, Quaswex Invoker kind of is. That's a bit of a lie, I would say. Either way, let's make sure to have this dashboard ready to go. So yes, indeed, we do have 2 stand-ins. Yeah, so a bit surprising there for Team Brazil, of course, who are playing at full strength with the Olicor during the BTS Pro Series American Division. Bottom, looks like we're going to be going for a kill then on a King Jungle's beautiful 2-man stun. Should allow Oscar to very easily get the kill. He uses the bash now onto Costabil, who potentially is in some trouble, but he is going to be A-okay for now. Very, very kill-heavy bottom lane here. Perhaps not too surprisingly, given the heroes that are here. The thing is, Costabil, he feels pretty good about trading blows with Oscar every now and then, because... let's see here. Actually doesn't even have a point in the feast yet, so maybe he doesn't. He's gone for a point in open foods, blah, blah, blah. Open wounds as well as rages. He is just going to die here. Dying to the right clicks, a bit sloppy there from Costabil. I'm not going to lie. I mean, I can only assume that he knows exactly how this lane matchup goes, considering that he, of course, hasn't taken the point in... well, now he has taken the point in Feast, but before he didn't take the point in Feast early, as most lifestealers tend to do, especially against strength off-laners and melee at that. But he knows that this is the exception, so a bit surprising to see him take a death just like that. Either way, second healing salve then used for Oscar in the bottom lane. He is going to be pretty pleased with how this lane is going for himself, though. As King RD with the arrow off the mark. That's okay. It was actually for the range troops anyway. It's King RD. Yeah, definitely playing the support role this game, so he's back on the position for Morana. As Panda is going to be saying hello to the little kitty cat. Might go for a kill here onto Panda. I mean, it's not out of the question. Maybe if that arrow would connect, though, it's going to make it a bit easier. It does still hit onto the creep, so of course an arrow fired. Never wasted for King RD, but there goes the kill then onto Panda quite easily. Mid lane DD Rune will spawn bottom. Dark Mongo is going to be able to secure this one easily peasily. Brazil, though, they already know about it thanks to the Observer Ward. So we're probably going to see Mini play this one a little bit more relaxed then. Another pause then. Team is Tavo on right now. Unfortunately, I don't know off the top of my head. I just look this up because I'm curious. Tavo is currently not on a team. Last on no ping. Yeah, well, according to Liquipedia anyway, he might be playing on a stack that hasn't just been updated on his Liquipedia, but it's cool to see him back. We've seen him play quite a few stand-in games in the Rums Collide tournament, which is not so recent anymore that we've had a 4-day break from this Cup. Cup mini series, the LPG final series. As we see INS rotate on over to mid, he is getting some money for his stacks, because with this DD Rune early on, Dark Mago, he's going to decide he wants to take stacks, and he definitely can do that here. There's, with the DD Rune active, going for these Ancients a little bit early, perhaps, but you could probably, yeah, with the spill, pretty easily get this done here. He is going to be losing a lot of space, though, to an Invoker that he could otherwise be pressuring, especially with this DD Rune, so, his calculus is that it's much more worth farming the stacks, getting your faster item activation, rather than looking to pressure the Invoker. And honestly, I think that's wise. Maybe if it was a Quas Exort Invoker, I mean, I still think it's probably the right decision here. We'll see how it plays out, of course, as that is going to be waiting for us within the next 5 minutes. But I think you have to remember that the Quas Exort, or sorry, yeah, Quas Wex Invoker, he rotates just as well as a TA. Given the items as well here. So we'll see how that works out, as Oscar will take a death down bottom. I clicked on over to the wrong lane, expecting him in the top lane for some reason. We'll take a look here. Already we've got something coming in the courier. It can't be anything too big, as we'll miss another kill onto Panda. No big deal. Just another support going down. King RD, he's going to stay alive. Davo as well. Not going to be taking too much damage. But Panda doing a great job in this lane, actually. Trying to keep as much as the harass away from Mingate as possible. He still is definitely suffering a little bit here. 32 and 3 compared to the 30 and 8. Not great, not too bad, actually, now that I think about it. Davo is almost getting a kill there onto Mingate. We don't have enough mana for anything, actually, to use on Davo. This bottom, we are just going to go ahead and run on over to see a bash. Goes to Bill now as Mini will be called on in. No urn quite yet, unfortunately, for our Invoker, but he will be able to assist in that kill on the bottom lane. 700 gold in the, make that 650 in the gold of in the bank of Dark Mago, as they are going to be looking to add a little bit to that. King RD with the side blade chasing him all the way down. He will die. Many then rotating back on over. Can still burn mana through the shield, of course. Refraction, that is. Of course, there's actually no need, because they were able to get through all those refraction charges. But Dark Mago, he's going to say, all right, whatever, dude. I'm off into the jungle anyway. Looking to continue stacking. Iron Talon will accelerate his farm here by quite a bit. Maybe they end up even giving that one to the Sven, who is looking to finish off his Mask of Madness. Big stacking game here for the side of Omega, however. We already saw an Ancient stack for them, a Hard Camp stack as well in their triangle. There's 2 stacks here as well, but Brazil, they know about this one. They're going to be coming to contest it. Mingate in a lot of trouble. There's going to be now a kill onto our Sven. He did clear the stack at the very least, but split a little bit of that experience with INS, as well as now King RD and Mini, who are going to be looking for Shadow Demon. Oh, he's nice attempt to juke him, but the spear will strike true there onto the tree, and down he goes. Panda, all of a sudden realizing maybe I shouldn't be here anymore, has a TP scroll, as they will kill off his courier. They're going to scout him as well, thanks to the Observer Ward. Mini going for a little bit more. He's looking to be able to get the first 2 charges in the urn. And that'll be that one. Panda then is going to turn into 2 urn charges there for the urn of our Invoker. Quas Wex, of course. This is what I'm talking about, how the Invoker's a pretty good rotator early on. Especially when compared to the when compared to the TA, who is looking to be stealing as many stacks here as she can. On the Coast of Bill, she will go. Mr. Stomps is going to miss. They can't, of course, actually disrupt that. It is only good for our heroes, and that doesn't count. As King RD is looking to steal as much of this stack as he can here. Even with an arrow, it's just so darn efficient. So we'll take a look here. This is our laning stage now beginning to break down very clearly. Sven still top lane though, but of course our Invoker no longer has too much interest being in the middle lane. Good levels on our Invoker, good levels on our Lifestealer as well, as there's going to be another kill here onto Mingate, or at least another effort, which honestly is going to end up succeeding. Tornado will secure that kill as Mr. Stomps on the way down, getting a stun onto Panda. They're going to lose King RD in the mid lane, but with 2 more kills on our Quaswex Invoker, it's going to be a very, very worthwhile trade. Lots of pings mid lane. King RD does not want this tower to go down. Can they defend it, though, is the question. And, well, the answer is no, they cannot, as it will be already going down there. Blightstone, you know, not making too small of a contribution in that effort there on our TA. As we see, what's going on here? Oscar just saying hello. Freshly level, well, not freshly level 6 because he's level 7 already, but level 7 here on the Oscar Slardar here. He's going to just get a little free bash there onto our Lifestealer. Lifestealer, by the way, going for the armlet, at least for now. Stark Mago is going to be forced and zoned away from the jungle. Also being trying to forced away is King Jungles, who is doing a good job here of just continuing to steal stacks away from our Sven. Not too happy with his farm here, I would imagine, as he's only got the Mask of Madness and full power treads for now. Bot lane, Oscar is going to dodge that tornado, but there's still plenty more things he cannot dodge. Great Disruption will help him. No, actually dodges the EMP bolt as well. As Dark Mago now rotating on in, looking for the kill here onto King RD. Needs a little bit more. That trap not slowing her down too much, but also Dark Mago without the tornado. This haste rune doing a good job here of letting him close the gap. All of a sudden, though, he's found himself way too overcommitted for that one. There's the tip then very aggressively. Ois got it back where he does not want to be, as he will be then killed, controlled, and locked down. Mini with his tornado, unable to catch anyone else, however. Knows that there's a Panda nearby. That's a free kill, basically, considering it is a support. And that's going to be then a very, very costly death on our TA. TA and Sven, both very strong heroes if they can get the farm, if they can get the space. But you kill them once or twice, and all of a sudden, they're not really that much of a problem anymore, especially if you steal their stacks here. Is going to end up being a real big pain here in the side of Omega for them to try and get this game back under their control. Well, that's not going to be too bad, though, stealing away the Chen army. They're also going to be able to defend the mid-tier 1, which is going to buy them more and more time. Oddly enough, they want to slow down this game a little bit because it is definitely out of their control. With a Sven and with a TA, you find yourself down 1k here is not insignificant here to bring up here. Dark Mago might even take a second death as well, as they will pin him to the trees. Also going to get an EMP. Down he goes there. The Starstorm of our Marana. Mini is going to then eat the Demonic Purge, courtesy of INS underneath the Tier 1 tower with that big old cast range. Quaswex, though, walking on in, completes the 5-hero quintet for Brazil, as well the quartet will be able to chase down then Panda, as he was looking to retreat into the jungle. Unfortunately, he just leads them directly into a stack, which they're all going to farm together and sing Kumbaya, because they are stealing farm away from a Sven and a TA. Currently just not enough space on the map right now for Omega to be farming on both their cores. They're going to decide to try and put more farm into the Mingate bucket. But right now, Dark Mago not having a whole lot of impact, especially considering the start he had early game. We can see even this small stack of Ancients, which was further stacked once by Brazil. It wasn't stolen. This is not an Omega stack they're stealing. It only had one of the big dinosaur creeps in there. As top lane, by the way, INS probably dead, as they will have him again in the same spot he was before. Down he goes to the right click of Mini. So he's now unstoppable, 6-0-5, and he nearly has the Spirit Vessel already completed. In fact, he does have the vessel completed and an extra 1,000 gold. The kills, they're coming so fast. He actually gets a Sunstrike kill, by the way. Level 1 Sunstrike kill onto Dark Mago for an additional 255 gold. As Mingate might just be gone on here. Great arena from behind from Dabo. Is going to isolate Oscar. Panda forced to walk all the way around, as that's going to be God's strength blown. And at this rate, I don't see realistically a way for Omega to then get back in this game. 17-6 here. Even with 2 stand-ins, Brazil currently slapping them around. It's taking their stacks, disrespecting them here and there. Not really disrespecting them, but you know. Brazil playing this one beautifully. They know, hey, we know exactly what you want to do. This is not exactly our first game against Sven, as you might imagine. They know exactly how to play against him. They got a great lineup to do so as well. Kostabil is going to be going next into the AC. Already has the Hyperstone, and my goodness, with that Quas Wex, they had attack speed granted by the Alacrity. It's a pretty scary attack speed bonus here for Kostabil. Good effort here. Brazil aren't going to go ahead and smoke up. They found Mingate. They purge up the Haster. They set up for the arrow into the EMP. They've got the Vessel applied as well. Mingate, he's going to turn, get off 2 attacks here. Really just 1 because it's an Echo Saber. Not much else he could have done there in the river as he will drop dead. The chase continues, however. Disruption to buy a little bit of time will stop Davo from spearing INS to death, but Panda now just being right-clicked down by Kostabil, even with the attack speed slow from the Viper Strike. He does not care. He does not care, ladies and gentlemen. That's 2 kills already. Dabo doesn't care either, as he's looking for this kill onto INS. The spear wall will be able to poke him to death. Oscar potentially in some trouble. Kostabil running over like he was going to do something about it, but he just wanted to farm the creep wave. As next, he's going to be looking to just kill the tier 2 tower. This is a mechanism, by the way, already on King Jungles, which I suppose actually, seeing that's a Chen, that's not really too fast of a time at 15 minutes. But 5k net worth lead here, 20 to 6, 15 minutes in. Obviously not favoring the Sven, not favoring the Dark Mago here whatsoever. Is this Blink at least? No, it's not. I mean, it would be a decent timing if it was Blink, to be honest, with a Desolator already up, but we're going to be so far behind here on the timing. Now, Sven, as well as our TA, both splitting farm. Mingate, all he wants to be doing right now is hidden creep. He does have, of course, Mask of Madness and the Echo Saber, but he's not really going to be able to put too much use out of this one. Oscar might just have to go for the BKB here. He's so darn close with this Blink Dagger, but he's not been able to get a kill since the laning stage. This Dark Mago has now been scouted. Beautiful slow there. Dark Mago having nowhere to go other than for the arrow disruption at the ready. Nice tornado to try and guess where this Shadow Demon was. They knew pretty much where he was at. Dark Mago then trying to turn and fight here with the Desolator Sven as well showing up. They have the heal, but look at the minus armor onto Mini. Nearly gets one shot by the TA and the Sven cleave. Dark Mago needs to get away from the Chen army though, nearly dying to the Zoo, but now King Jungle's in some trouble. They've got the detection for him. Mingate as well is nearby, but the counter initiation now on Mingate. In they go here. Nice crush there. It's only going to catch 1 hero though, and it's not Mingate, but he's still alive. Make that Kostabil. Kostabil is actually not going to be able to have enough damage. Omega, they're turning this one around. 3 kills basically for free. They even get a 4th onto Marana, and basically for free because, of course, they only lose the Viper, who is but a position 5. Now, of course, with a TA and with our Slaughter, that's more than enough minus armor to get Roche done. In fact, our poor Roche, he's got 2 armor, boys. This just seems rude. There we go. Not quite back in the game here, but that is going to be significant progress then towards our next round of items here. I mean, got that. Looking for his BKB. He did get 4 kills in that fight. I apologize. I didn't bring up the recap there. Let's take a look here at how Kostabil died. Just too much damage. Too much damage, simply said. I mean, hey, you might have magic immunity, but generally speaking, Omega don't care for your magic immunity. They got so much physical damage this game. Getting this D-ward as well, by the way, is Panda. Cannot be understated. Make that 2 D-wards, actually. 1 here, 1 here. Is going to give a lot of control back here to the jungle of Omega. So that's some much needed map control here in their favor. Brazil, they know they need to keep up the pressure here. Foot on the gas. They can try and snipe away this Aegis from the TA. Maybe get a free cheeky breaky kill as they scout the courier of Panda. They scout the Panda himself. Dabo looking for a good arena. Is going to be able to zone out INS, who decides, sorry, bud, you're just position 5. I got to let you go. It's your 9th death anyway. You know the drill. So, Team Brazil, like I said, not quite enough to bring the game back in their favor, but a little bit of a stabilization there for Omega after that team wipe onto Brazil. Early team wipe, though, so not too consequential. As we see Davo and Mini looking for a kill here. Our 2 stand-in, the stand-in squad. Kostabil is going to say hello to Oscar, who now has a Blink Dagger, so this is a bit of a tougher kill than onto Oscar. Blink Dagger, by the way, and now a full Ogre Axe here, and, you know, compared to the half Ogre Axe, but Full Ogre Axe there for our Slardar, who is nearly at his BKB. Not really, actually, but he's making decent progress. TA did end up TPing here to the fountain. Make that as... Who the heck is that? I have no idea who that is. I don't know who paused the game. I didn't think you could pause the game if you were basically not in the lobby here. They are not going to take the bait. They're simply the Evil Scepter there set up. He knew he was being played. Blink Dagger, though, for Dark Mago. Obviously, terrible timing here. I mean, let's call it what it is, right? For a TA, it was like a, I don't know, like an 11-minute Desolator, and then like an 18-minute Blink Dagger Estabo, pinning one of the tree. Mingate nearby, though, setting up for a very long duration arrow onto Dark Mago. They burst into the refraction charges. We have another in 7 seconds, with the team now from Omega rotating on through. King Jungle's in trouble as Panda out in front, eating a lot of the damage here. Mingate now is going to have a BKB. Pops it all ready to fight versus Costabil, who can't really do much as Dark Mago's still alive, threatening him with a lot of damage here with the Desolator as well. Dabbleman, nice timing there on the BKB, pinging Mingate to the wall. Oscar ready to protect him here. The bodyguard lines a 3-man Stormhammer stun into the cleave. Mingate 3 kills already, but Costabil, he's not going to go down that easy. You need to fight him a bit more, as he will at least be able to get a return kill onto Mingate. We've got the detection, of course, and the corrosive haze for the Invoker, which is going to be our second team wipe here, favoring Omega. My goodness, they will lose Mingate there. Of course, I would say he served his purpose, because for now, Dark Mago is definitely, or should be, the carry in these team fights. My goodness, the damage there on a 3-hero Storm Bolt, really just about turning that fight up on its head. A bad positioning there from Brazil, really allowing Omega to just kind of take that fight. They say, thank you very much for that one, we'll take it. And again, just so much minus armor right now at this stage of the game. -5 here, -15 make that. -6 on the Deso, -8 on the Meld. I mean, what? What do you even do here? There's so much physical damage.
Fortune.
Of course, the amount that pierces BKB is very dependent. You can't well, I think you can dispel the Meld minus armor, but you can as well dispel corrosive haze with using your BKB, as well as Desolator. But of course, those are all very, very easily reapplied, as King RD, his ward's not going to be scouted here, surprisingly. So, oh, not surprisingly, of course, because Omega didn't have a sentry there. I apologize. Costabil's definitely a little bit scary here, but just lacks the damage here as Mini, perhaps in some trouble. Sven going to be farming versus him, as Oscar now jumping on in. There's the minus armor that they need. They need a little bit more damage with the right clicks, and King Jungle, as he tries as best as he can there, loses the entire jungle. He's going to lose his own life even for this kill, as Costabil was looking to try and get involved there to some degree, but he can go absolutely nowhere, as the Demonic Purge will end his life. Panda is going to die in the back lines, but his life in exchange for King RD's is a trade that he is happy to take, considering, of course, he's already taken 11 deaths. Unfortunately, he's not going to be a contender for the Malk Award this game, as he has 1 kill. I think that might have even been first blood in his favor, but he is going to be disqualified from the running there. And all of a sudden, just like that, bada bing, bada boom, a 4K net worth lead here for Omega. Very, very strong comeback for them here. Experience as well, now starting to take a nose dive in their favor. Brazil, though, still favored according to our Overlord AI, but not by much. Not by much, ladies and gentlemen. Look at the way it used to be up here. It's about as high as I've ever seen it go early on, without the game actually ending anyway. This is going to be the BKB completed then for Oscar, so he's going to have a nice little power spike here to back up his Fen. BKB as well completed for Dark Mago, so we're going to have an 8-second BKB, 2 10-second BKBs. TA with now level 20, which is going to give now -11 armor, +6, plus -15. I should really say minus, right? As it's -11, -6, -15, soon to be -20 as well on Oscar. Is pretty ridiculous in terms of the minus armor here. Of course, only one agility hero in the game. No, Viper, agility. Okay, so 2 agility heroes in the game, but 1 on each side, as King RD is going to be his only agility hero. His armor for right now is currently 9 plus 5 when he's next to Costabil. Costabil does have a lot of bonus armor built, at least, of course, thanks to the armlet granting you 5, the AC granting you 10. Who else is getting all this bonus armor from? Unholy Strength as well gives you a little bit more, right? Yeah, another 8 armor or another 4 armor. Where the heck does he get all this armor from? Phase boots, right? Yeah, plus 4 armor. Yeah, okay. That'll do it. That'll do it. Either way, a crap ton of armor. As tier 1 taken here, as smoking up will be Omega. They're looking for a bit of a fight, and Brazil probably for the first time. They have no interest in taking a fight right now, but they have probably very little choice, especially if they get caught here. King RD is likely to leap on out. He's going to try anyway before he will be popped. Dual Scepter, but of course, why not? Just dispel it, because that's real cool. It's a great hero. Dark Mago is going to continue farming. Then he's going to show his 10-second BKB, as will, of course, Oscar with that kill. Again, Brazil, they don't really have the items to match it at this point. So, Solar Crest is cool and all, but that's definitely not going to cut it, as INS might be dead here. Mini can't stick around for too long, but he's doing a good job here anyway if he forces any rotations. Oscar is going to not find him, though, actually. Mid lane, then Mingate perhaps in some trouble, as they will be able to pin one to the tree. Mingate pops his BKB. They know Dark Mago has one as well. They can nearly burst through him, though. Maybe if they committed to that one, it would have been a kill here, but they didn't want to use Arena for that one. I understand the decision, but now Mingate should be a very easy kill for them. Disruption making it a bit more difficult. Eden arrows, Dark Mago as well. That's a long duration. He's not able to help. Mingate running into the spear wall. He's going to go down. Down he goes. The heals onto Tavo. Not enough to keep him alive, as they're trying to force Dark Mago to use his own BKB. Oscar pops his, as INS going to just be running right into the enemy team, trying to slow them down. Unfortunately, he's 2 hit by Costabil, who's to be showing off his fresh new fancy basher, and the tornado has caught Panda, who's very likely to be the third and final loss casualty for his team. SeekNStrike there to try and get the kill. Cool guys don't look at explosions. Unfortunately, you're not that cool because it's only level 3 Exort, and you need more levels. Now, that is going to be Brazil just kind of kiting around Omega. That was a BKB used, by the way, for RTA. I apologize. I misspoke. As Omega, they end up using 2 of their 10-second BKB charges, and again, find death. Look at this attack speed on Costabil. Give this to the wagon. It's not going to live very long, though, unfortunately. If they leave it, and they will. See you later. They don't want to stick around any longer. I know Dark Mago is returning soon, and he has already some plus damage. Looking for the Monkey King bar. Nice little wraparound movement here. How successful will it be? Oscar is going to get caught. Tavo as well is going to be able to find RTA. Dark Mago, though, looking for the kill onto Costabil, who has been left behind. Oscar and Mingate forcing away everyone else now, actually, as they will get the kill onto Mini. King Jungle's doing a great job of kiting around this Fen through his BKB, it should be said. Tavo eventually will drop the arena, pins TA to the walls. Now Mingate going to pop out. Great disruption, almost sets it for the SeekNStrike, but will be able to save the life quite easily there of RTA. Costabil now, as there's 2 buybacks already here out from Brazil. Mini then is going to continue getting red, and of course, no point of him going invis. He's just going to be slowed by the dust. Corrosive Haze as well is going to be betraying his position, as they have 2 now to make that 3 caught in the tornado. EMP as well to burn all the mana away from our Sven, but it's not going to matter, as that will be then a dieback for Mini. Two diebacks there, 1 dieback, especially on the mid-invoker. Those deaths, of course, did not happen. Fake news. And Roshan, number 2, is already up. He is dead. Who is going to be taking Aegis? It is going to be Dark Mago, as soon as he's not stunned by an arrow, and he nearly has a full MKB here. Nice job cutting the top wave here to make sure that this tier 2 tower is, well, going to be looking to be pushed here most likely. So we'll just take a look here at the massive, massive swings here. This game definitely favoring Omega at this stage. As we'll just take a look at some items. We haven't looked at any rating items for some time. We brought up the Basher here in our last fight. Blink Yules on Tavo, of course, Solar Crest. I know we're still making decent progress towards that BKB, but man, can it not come fast enough here for our Invoker. Oscar looking for the Ag, so he just wants to be a big, beefy, tanky boy. Their multi-pronged attack actually worked incredibly well in that last team fight, though. I must be... I gotta be honest, I was very, very surprised at how well that actually worked. Kind of just divide and conquer. Oscar pushed in through here, got slowed a bit, but then BKB'd and pushed enemies here. Costabil got basically isolated over here as well then in that last team fight. TA was having a little bit of a fun time over here versus Davo, but eventually they got the job done. Really great job. Good fight from Omega. Surprised, again, it went so well, but hey, if it works, it works. Fuel Scepter is what we're going to hear. Not going to connect though on a Dark Mago. Arrow, mistimed.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under
Bottom tier 2 here likely to fall as well. And so Omega grouping up as 5 now. Feel very, very strong. It's oddly enough been kind of a full 5-man the entire game here for them, which is not always what you tend to see when you have a TA, when you have a Sven, especially on the same team. And this will be then tier 3's under siege, however. Brazil, they don't really want to fight this, but they got very little choice. King RD is about, yep, he is just dead. Dark Mago pinned to the tree, has no refraction left. He's going to be able to actually get stunned up here by quite a bit. With the Aegis, though, it's a bit of a tough decision to make the call to jump on in. Great Tornado, though, is burning a few seconds away from Mingate. Clark's vent, though, making the jump now onto King RD, healing. And is he going to be able to keep her alive, though, as the BKB now expires from Mingate. That's going to get Dark Mago and Oscar to pop theirs. Oh, Clark's found on the back line's great. Yule Scepter, though, to buy their teammates a little bit more time. Costabil, though, he needs more time, and he's not going to have any. He's going to have to buy back. Mini, then, is going to be the victim of Mingate, who dives just outside there of the fountain. He's going to be then skewered on in by Tavo for the kill. 600 gold, then, going the way of King RD, as the rest of Omega looking to not back off. As Panda, once again, just going to be the sacrificial lamb here, double dusted and doubly dead. As Costa will be able to right-click him down, even getting a bash on the way out. That is going to be the tier 3 bottom here, and the melee barracks destroyed in exchange for 3 buybacks. And of course, those 3 buybacks being the only 3 that actually Brazil actually had. That's all the buybacks that they currently had in the game. No one else currently having buyback on their team whatsoever. I'll just switch over to the stat in case you don't believe me. They're all on cooldown here already, 31 minutes into the game, as they will be able to pin Dark Mago to a tree. Arrow will follow up beautifully here as they're finally through those refraction charges, but Oscar nearly about one-shotting King RD. As they're going to try and get whatever they can get done here. They did buy back for this one. There's no Sven here for another time, a little bit of time, as they had pinned Dark Mago to the tree. Disruption, though, is going to break that kill attempt in half, as Oscar now just running into the river where he knows he is safe. King Jungles is dead, as Dark Mago able to blink onto him. Costabil then left for dead, or just about here. He will be able to get his life saved. Dark Mago, though, they need to get through that refraction charges. They're really struggling here. They might just be able to get this first kill. Mini's still alive, however, it's a pretty big win for Brazil at this point. Costabil needs to get out. Soul Catcher means he's going to get some HP back here in just a second, as he does need to continue trying to run for his life. Davo, in the meantime, is going to be the one left behind. The rest of Brazil, they're a little bit too low on HP to really get much done, as INS blinking forward to try and secure this kill onto Costabil. That's not going to happen, but got to be careful. They might have gotten unlucky there on the Shadow Poison timing. For now, into the fountain he goes, and he's A-okay. That is, of course, going to be the Aegis burnt, but not much else on the side of Omega, as they're probably going to look to barrel down mid. They know that there's 2, actually, these are the 3 heroes that, no, 2 heroes that fought back here, Marana and Lumar, so both of their death timers quite long, as Mingate is going to be beginning to just pop the God Strength, tear through buildings. He's going to eat a long duration arrow, but he's going to, a big boy, this Sven. He's got a big appetite and can down those arrows with ease. As it's going to be then Mini trying to do whatever he can. He eats a stun immediately. Follow-up damage is insane. He's dead. You barely even saw him. Pop goes to Louisville. BKB's popped here for the kill into Costabil. They're only able to keep him alive, and that will be the game then. as Brazil are going to throw in the towel. They strike the colors, and it is going to be a 1-0 lead for Omega. That one really turned on its head here quite dramatically. Didn't expect that one whatsoever from the laning stage, because Brazil, they were playing that completely right. They played namely 2 bad team fights, just really, really poorly though. I mean, to be honest, their positioning was pretty bad. And against a team like TA and Sven, I mean, 2 heroes that are your classic cleave heroes, you're going to lose that game, right? The save as well, actually, it should be noted by INS as well, not inconsequential this game whatsoever. He was able to set up for a lot of kills and a lot of counter engagements, given the fact that he was just able to get off a very simple disruption to sort of reset a team fight and to save an ally. Demonic Purge here, very useful as well to secure kills on the Costa Build, making sure he couldn't run away, as the hero likes to do with the Enrage. Very, very good game. Number 1 out from Omega, as again, it was looking real bad for them early on. Really, really bad for them, but they will claw back and take a hard-fought victory. We're going to be going to a short break, guys. You are watching the LPG final series with SeekNStrike. We're going to be going to a short break, and then we'll be back for game number 2. See you then. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Glitch in the Matrix, same exact draft. We finally have a bit of a change, though. Shadow Demon banned, Invoker banned, and, well, the Lina gets banned to phase earlier. Literally, that's the only thing that's different. I think maybe the ET didn't get first phase last game either, if he was even banned whatsoever. But, you know, that'll happen sometimes. A little glitch in the Matrix, a little bit of this, a little bit of that. And a little bit of an update here. Of course, Theo Licor is back, actually, so this now becomes much more relevant. And I reckon... Oops, didn't mean to click on that. I don't know if they're both back. I don't know if that's ADR or not. I can't tell. But Theo Licor is going to be back then, so the position for what should be normal. King RD then back to the off lane is going to make a really big difference this game for sure. As, yeah, I don't know if they have ADR or if it's still Mimi in the mid lane. Mini, sorry, not Mimi. Davo, thank you for your service. I believe you are going to be gone no matter what. As the Void Spirit will come out, another Dark Mago favorite. So once again, Omega more than happy to run the Viper in the support role. It's a bit weird, especially because last game their only stun actually came from the Slardar, but hey, it worked. And the Sven. This game, Sven, still an option though. We'll see here if Omega want to pick it here, where they have last pick this time. As the Maiden will come through for Team Brazil. It's going to be a Panda hero, but of course, we might already have the Panda hero. Currently, we have 3 heroes that could go offlane, 3 heroes that might be able to play position 5. It's kind of hard to tell. Kind of hard to tell here where this draft is going for Omega Gaming. This pick here, they're going to have to flush it out, or they just pick a position 5 and they go, screw you, we're not telling you anything about our draft, which could be very, very possible here. They could also just pick a hard carry, to be honest, because, of course, hard carry is, you have 1 pick to counter it, but then 3 bans to, sorry, make that 2 bans to protect it. The scary part, though, is those 2 picks in between you don't really get to say much about, and they reckon Team Brazil cannot fit an AA into this draft. I reckon they can quite easily as well. Maiden Force, AA5, it's a bit weird for sure, but it's not unheard of, and it completely craps on this Alchemist.
10 seconds
I see no reason why you wouldn't just pick the AA here. It's going to get banned for 100%. Maybe then you can consider a Morphling mid lane. Again, I don't know if it's ADR or if it's Mini. If it's Mini, I'm sorry, I don't really know his hero pool that well. But just more physical damage, lots of armor to go against the Alchemist. They don't really have a nuke for you. The Slardar's a bit scary, but that should never happen. Same thing with the Void Spirit, that he should never catch you. Basically full agility. Void Spirit's fast, but like, he's not that fast. No nuker.
Radiant team back.
The sack.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Lush pick then will come out. I fully suspect an AA ban in the works. But the Lush, not too bad against the Elk. Mixed damage, lots of damage burst potential as well. It's some tempo to go up in the face of the Alchemist. Could be a position 5 Elk, though. I think they like to run that quite a bit here, and even off lane sometimes in the SA region, sometimes even more than the mid lane. Oddly enough, I feel like I've seen on a safe lane out, confirmation bias, but they definitely have picked it off lane quite a few times here. Much to my dismay, I feel like it's been the right call, but like it just always sucks to run the Lesh off lane. Much, in my opinion, much worse than to run a Void Spirit in the off lane. And Team Brazil, they recognize that Void Spirit can be put in the off lane, so they're going to ban a couple of mid laners here. Queen of Pain, the first, as I think that's the only uncertain lane you know about right now. Something you can take advantage, though, is the lack of really great lockdown this time around for Omega. Yet again, they have no BKB piercing stun or disable. They have very few stuns that are super reliable. Actually, it's not true, because of course they do have the Bash of the D, but they do well to ban another one, which is the RP. It's kind of what I was suggesting, or what I was going to get at. An Enigma here, for example, might be very exciting. I would be surprised to see it, as our Phoenix pick will come through. So I do reckon that it is going to be a mid lane Leshrac then. Percentage-based damage pretty strong against the Alchemist, but I'm very shocked to not even see any consideration towards the AA. Either way, it's going to be what Brazil decides they want to run. And they definitely can kill an Alchemist here. Alch, a pretty good egg hitter, though, is the problem, especially if you hit him before he activates the Chemical Rage with your Fire Spirits, because then he just activates and purges off your Fire Spirits and consumes egg. And you are a very, very sad Phoenix, then sitting in the fountain waiting to respawn. Oh my god, with last pick overall here in this draft, you need yourself most likely... Okay, well, it depends where you want to put the Viper, is the thing. Yeah, I was thinking the Enigma. I mean, I said it earlier. It's just a good game for the Enigma here. Even against the Phoenix, it's pretty darn strong. And it's an offlane Enigma as well, which means it's a 4 and 5 Viper, probably, respectively. Yeah, there's Panda. I think the sentence I just said did not make any sense, so I apologize about that. But it's going to be Panda 5 INS then on the Slardar, as we still do have Mini, but Theolicor is back. And that means that in King RD this time he's going to be playing the Mars, so don't get that one confused. Interesting, he's got a little bit of a Greek mythology set now, even though that is not lore friendly, because I think it was... Wasn't it Perseus? Was it Hercules that ended up putting Medusa's head on his shield? I don't know if it was Mars. I don't know if it was Mars. Either way, it's a pretty cool set. I like that one. I haven't seen it. Really, really cool. As we'll be getting underway. Should be a fun one here with the Enigma. Also got a pretty strong hero here. And shout outs to HDK underscore Dota. Dodo, I apologize, in chat. For giving us that update here, courtesy of the Team Brazil manager's Twitter, saying that Mini and Davo were standing in, and of course Mini still standing in, because there's no power in the house currently of ADR. Time to see how big of a difference King RD on the offlane role makes. Of course, that's not going to be the only thing to make or break this game, but it's going to be interesting just to be able to compare. As we're going to get a quick pause now. Good news is that this offlane is pretty darn easy for Brazil to actually deal with this time around. Again, it's going to be positioned for Slardar against a Lifestealer, which kind of sucks. He's going to keep you away from hitting Eidolons, but for the most part, you're going to be fine. You've got a Maiden there to help you. She does pretty decently against Eidolons, actually, to be honest. Not too terrible there. But Enigma's going to farm, and the Lifestealer is going to farm, unless there's some major outplays there, which, to be honest, Enigma, Lifestealer, not the biggest outplay heroes in the lane, anyway, that exist. I'd be really surprised. They're basically just going to farm. Mid lane is going to be... Apologies. Mid lane is going to be then Leshrac versus the Void Spirit of Dark Mago. It's a Dark Mago favorite, so be careful. Be aware of what he can bring to the table. Yes, he is definitely no slouch there. And top lane, Theolicor will be supporting, as he normally is going to do here with King RD. So that off lane back to full strength. The safe lane of Brazil as well, full strength. But still, mid lane is going to be back to the stand-in. And he's been got to here. He's got the power gauntlet. Careful if he collects 4 last hits in a row. You know what that means. Or I don't even know how many infinity gems there are, honestly. I don't watch that movies. Goes to Bill. He is off and away then to safety. Beautiful set though here on this Mars. Like the red cape. Release the Lions. What does it say on the back here actually? That would be, I believe, the Rome CXV. I had no clue actually. CXVII. I'm gonna look that up. I thought.
The battle begins.
I don't know actually. I got no clue what that would be. Because it's 117. Right? CXVII. See, stop turning around, would you, Mars? There you go. CXVII. You can barely see it behind that thing. It could be something with Roman history because he is kind of dressed like a legionary. But I can't tell. CXVII. 117. Curious. I really wonder what that's going to be about. Early levels here are going to suck for Mingate. Panda as well, not going to have too much fun, of course, because the biggest way to counter right-clicking based heroes like Panda is going to be with the Fire Spirits. Of course, you only get 4 Fire Spirits, and Panda has a lot of mana. Should be First Blood here favoring our Flying Pickle, as King RD is going to walk on over to try and stop this. But really not much you can do. The Courier is going to die as well, as, I mean, Theolicor is going to stay alive because of that at least. That's going to be the healing cell force, and actually not too bad of an engagement considering that you're alive, back to full HP. You now have a bracer, which makes you, well, frankly, a lot tankier, so not too bad whatsoever. Mid lane's going to be a bit fun to watch, though. So that year, in the year 117, is the year that Rome reached its maximum territorial expansion. So I guess that would be that, right? Construction on the Pantheon begins in Rome. It's very interesting. It's very fascinating. Panda's got a little bit more mana to play with here. Yeah, so he's going to be continuing spitting on Phoenix. A whole lot of acid in this lane to be certain. But not a whole lot of kills, at least this game here, favoring for the side of Omega. Theolicor is basically down to 0 HP, unfortunately. Doesn't really have got a whole lot else to use. So Panda, once again, doing his job, creating plenty of space. Fire Spirits there to continue to try and harass. Yeah, I guess that's what it's about there. That's interesting. I don't know if that's like a very commonly, like, I'm very casually into Roman history, like, you know, your Pompeys, your Lepidus's, your Caesars, you know. But when it comes to like actual stuff, I just know like the drama because it's fun. I don't really know like any of the real stuff there. King Jungle's looking to force away the Eidolons here, looking for free last hits. We actually don't have Bash of the Deep quite yet learned, so Slytherin Crush is going to be the one to be ready, and INSU might have to pay for this one. Courier in trouble as they will slow him to a crawl then. And King Jungle's with a right click from the Maiden. Isn't people to get the kill. Whoa, bit of frames there. His top lane, there's some action. Thiulikor with the kill on the Panda. Is going to just be real annoying as Panda is going to come back with full HP, full mana, and continue spitting on people. Supports position 4s respectively, rotating over from both sides then, as Mini is he to be forced to sit underneath his tier 2 tower, make that tier 1 tower. Dark Mago with his bottle then, now still having a couple sips in it, so he's just going to go ahead and toss that out. Why not? As he's going to have full mana anyway. Oh no, he's waited too long. King Jungles picks up the haste rune. The position 5 rotates on over and makes the difference. That's a little bit sad there for Dark Mago. He easily would have had that rune had he not stopped to throw the Aether Remnants. But you got to be efficient, man. That means he's only going to have one bottle sipped on at the very least. He has already sent Mini all the way back home, so that's still a win in his book, but it's definitely not as big as a win as it could have been. As our Maiden is going to not be able to defend a courier. That's going to be actually maybe the phase boots of Kostabile. It was the phase boots of Kostabile, so not an insignificant kill there, to be honest. It's probably the most important boots that you can deny. He's the 117th hero in Dota 2? Is that true? Also, what's up, Mags? What a fact. I immediately went to Roman history. Maybe it's something to do with the planet of Mars as well. I doubt it. Because, I mean, that just seems right, to be honest. What a call. What a call. Thank you, Mags, for that little bit of information. Top lane, we got the in trouble. He's dead. Early kills onto the Alchemist, definitely worth their weight in gold for sure. But, you know, you really do start earning that money as we see the return kill panned onto the Thiulikor then. You do really start to see those kills begin to pay off a little bit later. At least, you know, maybe 5 minutes later in the game, kills begin to pay off. Because right now, yes, you're stopping him from farming, you're stopping getting from his experience, which is going to slow down his farm immensely. There's no denying that. Right, basically the Alch farm it's this ever-increasing line that goes up with experience because of Grievel's Greed. And at some point, you're just at maximum farm, and then it's a whole real fun little bit of calculus equation. And there's a nice kill by King RD, just playing nice and aggressive. Free kills on the Panda. It's already his second death this game. Mid lane, and we're about to have a little scrap here, as Dark Mago potentially could be in trouble. He does have Astral Step ready, though. It's very unlikely he dies here. But he's just going to be looking to try and defend this tower as long as he can. INS nearby with the Invis Rune has the Slither and Crush. Oh, hello, INS. They're going to scout him, though. And into the river he goes. He's not going to be fast enough. They don't even hit him, I believe, with the Icarus Dive move speed slow, but they didn't need to. Sunray level 1 to heal up our LS Shrek back to full HP. Espanda as well, making the rotation over to the mid lane. Will not be able to get caught.
You have the gratitude of the void.
Anyway, that's pretty cool. I thought for sure it was going to be something with Rome, maybe the hero. Potentially Greek. I suppose the reason I went to Rome, of course, is because Mars is the Romanized name. I think, actually. I don't even know what the Greek name for Mars is. Kostabile is eating percentage-based damage here, and he apparently doesn't care. Yeah, anyway, so you know, the earlier you get kills on Alch, it's still definitely worthwhile. You know, it's still good because he slowed down Grievel's Greed, which slowed down his farm overall, and that's going to be absolutely massive in terms of you starting that little integral a little bit later. But for our Alchemist here, he is still A-okay. Into the jungle he goes. As I do see our makes ticking down a bit bot lane, but for now we can already see they're trying to contest the stacks here. Sunray there, again, level 1, basically just tickling Dark Mago. The heal is nice, though, for sure. I'm going to throw that one onto the Lesh, as that's going to be then Panda taking a death. First Arena of Blood. Thiulikor now and Mini able to steal the stacks very easily here, and that really sucks. A bunch of really great camps from Ingata to be farming as they will get a kill then onto Thiulikor. Mini. Now out of mana, though, still has a couple of Edict explosions surrounding him, able to escort him away safely. That's not going to allow Dark Mago then to make the jump. And even a little bottle refill down in the best bot lane. We have an Astral Step, but no Dissemblate ready, so it's a bit of a death sentence for you to try and steal that rune, which is why he doesn't even bother for it. This is going to allow Mini then to continue playing a bit more aggressively. He's going to get a bottle refill as well, courtesy of the Thiulikor. He wants to keep up the pressure. He's gone for a 2-2-2 build here on the Leshrac at level 7. So just a little bit of everything here, as he will be looking to apply some more pressure on this map, but also needs to make sure he can bully the Leshrac as well as possible. Sorry, make it the Void Spirit. Mid lane, by the way, they went in, these Mad Lads. I didn't really expect them to go in like that. And the kill attempt in return is not going to be too successful here. We have a split earth, but it's not going to happen quite yet. Black Hole, of course, at the ready for a maiden, though. And not quite worth it, decides Oscar, as he will continue on his merry way. King RD, in the meantime, is just farming away. He's actually the richest on his team, more farmed even than Costa Biel. What a happy coincidence that Mars is, oh, that little Medusa face, that Mars is the 117th hero in Dota 2, and it's also, I guess, a significant year in Roman history. Who knows? At least if you're a fan of the Roman Empire. And not the Republic. Dark Mago potentially in trouble. Split Earth will connect. INS, though, in the river. He's going to be able to stun up Mini. Might save the life here. Is broken, but really no passive's broken except the mana regen there for a few seconds. Is going to be King Jungle's Arcane Aura.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Same build here for Costa Biel, immediately going into the armlet. Maximum mat pressure here for the side of Omega. As top lane, they're going to get the kill first there, utilizing the Arena of Blood, but both supports from Omega actually will end up dying. So for the spiked camera movement, so we're going to go ahead and see King Jungles then take a death in the mid lane as Costa Biel continuing to run away. Needs to run, actually. DD run on Oscar, who is getting blocked by the creep. Quite annoying. But of course, with Black Hole at the ready, there's no way you're going to be taking that engagement. This will be then a tier 1 siege and most likely taken. Unlikely to be defended this tower, as we'll take a look at our Alchemist farm. He is going to be going for the classic Radiance build. Sometimes you see the Battle Fury instead now is definitely more common on the Alchemist. Well, immediately cast Curses. They are going to be looking to defend this one. King RD in trouble. Sunray still level 1 though, not really leading to too much damage. We do have the book for level 6 on our Phoenix, but not enough mana here, and no chance really for enough mana. He's got no mangoes, no sticks, no nothing. The Maiden sticking around here, and the Clarity popped. It's going to give him a, well, now he's got a chance, of course, but not immediately was the point of me bringing that one up. Smoke has been scouted, however, I believe, by Mini, who was looking to break smokes here. You saw him do the little jiggle peek, essentially. INS now is going to be applying the minus armor to our poor little Phoenix, who took a fair chunk of damage out from that tower, but eventually it will be Brazil. They want this tower, gosh darn it, and they're not leaving without it. They're going to have to nuke another wave for it, but during this entire time, though, of course, our Alchemist continues to farm. He's already got himself now level 4 Grievel's Greed and enough money for that relic. He's finding some good camps here as well for himself, so he can be happy with that. Ares is the Greek name. Thank you very much. Is it really Ares? For the God of War?
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
I thought Ares was the messenger. It is Ares. Wow. I don't even, it's been a while since I took my classics, huh? Well, I'll be damned. Thank you very much for that information. Today I learned. Anyway. Tier 1 tower down, top tier 1 tower down as well here, favoring Team Brazil. Of course, that is Radiance already completed here. We're just about here. 13-minute Radiance here on our Alchemist. Not too bad whatsoever. Could be better, could be worse. They're even going to accelerate his farm there a little bit with the Corrosive Haze, as now the recipe on its way, turning that big old knife. Actually, I think is Sacred Relic a knife? Pretty sure it's like another rapier. Oscar, by the way, with his fighting, as we'll go ahead and jump on over here. Mini with a kill there. Unlikely to live much longer, however, as Dark Mago closes the gap with the Astral Step and seals his fate. King Jungle's now looking to run away, but this poor little maiden is swift with the wolves of Ice Rack, unable to run too far from the likes of Panda and the rest of Omega. No Black Hole missed, however, but it's going to be 3 big kills favoring Omega, as they will be continuing to create space as well for the Alchemist. Haven't seen a supernova yet. Have not seen Which is surprising, considering, of course, it is paired with the Mars, something I've neglected to mention until this point. But honestly, it's a combo that we've seen, well, too many times by now. No Sven, no PA, no Faceless Void. I suppose I can't complain too much, right? As INS running around at the speed of sound there. 518 move speed there outside of the river. Oscar already with mechanism complete as King RD. He finds one with the Spear of Mars, and it's Dark Mago. A good kill. Close to be able to then follow up on that kill. INS has the Guardian Sprint in a second, but does not have the move speed to go anywhere after King Jungles roots him up and even dewards him. A lot of money there in the pocket of Mingate. He nearly found a full Yasha from that stack. Broken is King RD. So they are going to be looking to continue fighting. Need to be careful, though. Be very aware, of course, the black hole. 3 versus 5, however, Brazil... I should say 5 versus 3, however, Brazil feeling pretty good about their odds and looking to force out Mingate. By the way, this little tune that Mars sings, while we're paused, since I'm apparently so obsessed with this hero, is from Holst the Planet Suite, which is something written after, well, I believe actually the... No, that's a different concerto. Okay, holy moly. Anyway, he wrote it after World War I because he's like, hey guys, war was hell, because that was like really the only way in World War I people could figure out that world was hell. They had to like go to the theater and listen to the orchestra to figure it out. Really, really good piece, by the way. It heavily inspired John Williams when he made basically the Star Wars soundtrack.
My thanks will come later.
So definitely would suggest it. The entire suite is actually pretty good. There's actually I don't know because he doesn't do the inner planets. He starts with Mars. Everyone just knows Mars and Jupiter. Neptune's a pretty good one in that one as well. But definitely recommend listening to those two. So Holst the Planets Mars is very good. It's in 5/4, which is why it's kind of a weird thing. And Mars also, he sings it after, or it's actually the tune that plays in the arena is actually the basically main tune from that piece. So I would suggest it. Really, really, really good Planet Suite. Hosts the Planets. Look it up. It's real good. Quite enjoyable. Available. Probably streaming everywhere, of course, because the piece is like 100 years old at this point. As we're going to get reconnected here. Waiting for Minnie. Written between 1914 and 1916, so a bit over 100 years old now. Released September 29th. Well, released for as much as you can release an orchestral performance, right? First performance September 29th, 1918. 7 movements, so it does not include, I believe, Earth and maybe Pluto. I don't know if they even knew about Pluto back then. I know for sure, actually, there's no Pluto, so it's got everything but Earth and Pluto, so that'll be that. Which is, you know, he was ahead of his time, Holst. Pins. Black Hole will now come out. They catch 2 heroes. Freezing Field as well is not going to be able to catch and do any damage to Oscar. They already get the kill onto Mingate, however. Panic from the low ground, trying to do whatever he can, but can only watch as his allies will die. And maybe even himself here, as Split Earth will be able to catch him. Plenty of damage as well, courtesy of the Pulse Nova. Still level 1, but the Edict explosions all over the darn place seal his fate. Surprised that they actually utilized the Black Hole there. And of course, immediately another pause. Didn't really see that one coming. Omega with a decision to fight there. Not going too well. First Black Hole utilized. Not too much success, unfortunately. Even though you did catch a couple of good heroes there, just way too much damage. That's the value the Lesh brings here. Definitely not too much against the Enigma because he just always builds a BKB and he's quite a tanky hero. But much like a Faceless Void, right? Of course, the Lesh is better against Faceless Void as well because Faceless Void struggles against heroes that generally do damage over time, like the Venomancer. And the Lesh, of course, is basically the king of damage over time. Maybe second to Veno. I'm trying to think, maybe Pugna. Pugna's a bit more bursty, though. Yeah, final answer. I'm going to go with Leshrac at least here. He's maybe second to the Veno, but he's pretty up there. So that's why he does so well against Faceless Void. As well as, you know, once he activates all his abilities inside of Chronosphere, he doesn't really care if you hit him or you don't hit him because it's not like he does a crap ton of damage with his right clicks anyway. Free kill there, either way, onto INS. As yeah, so for similar reasons actually, the Lesh pretty decent pick against the Enigma. Might even be an Axe game here after the Aghanim Scepter. We'll see here.
Has been killed.
I generally like the Ags. It's probably going to be Bo3 Travels and then BKB and then maybe Ags, potentially, if the game goes that late here for Brazil. You might consider a Bloodstone this game against an Alchemist just to try and keep your foot on the gas here because, of course, well, he's got his, you know, he's basically got a brick taped to the gas pedal. This Alchemist is basically the pace he plays his game at, now having a full Yasha. But you've managed to slow down his game quite significantly here. And the farm distribution on the side of Omega not really looking too good, of course, since this is your safe laner. Dark Mago is at least now overtaken Oscar, which is, you know, not too bad considering, of course, it is an Enigma. He kind of just gets farm for free with his W. Not the bush, by the way. And yeah, I mean, what else are you supposed to do? But the mid laner here, Dark Mago, not having such a fantastic performance here. He does have the Yule Scepter now, so he has the ability, of course, to not only counterplay the Yules out from our Lesh, which, by the way, is used to set up for a kill onto Panda, but he can also use that for a setup of his own. King RD is going to find Mingate. Is this a kill? Mingate is going to stun himself as well. Has no chance to live there. Ooh. Can you deny yourself with... I don't think you can, right? I don't think you can deny yourself to Unstable Concoction.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Mid lane, they are going to be contesting this tower as they have caught Dark Mago. He's got a Yule Scepter. Can he use it? He will. 2 Astral Steps as well as the Dissemblate, but he's not going to live a second longer. King Jungles will be able to catch him. With the freezing field explosions, a little bit of RNG this time, blessing the maiden. Another 2 kills then for Team Brazil, as once again very similar notes to last game where we have this flash farmer. Of course, this time it's the flashiest of all farmers, being the Alchemist, as we have a pause again. Discord, by the way, tier 2 top tank taken, and maybe even the life here of Oscar. Panda nearby, though, has the Viper Strike available. It's probably just going to use it on Mini to make sure that Panda lives, or sorry, that Oscar lives. I mean, he might die for this, but he probably has to, considering what else is coming. What was I going on about, though, before? Oh, right, yeah, very similar notes to last game here, this one. A lot more tower push from Brazil, and a lot more lockdown as well here on this draft as we get the good to go. I mean, got that he is slowly but surely finding himself choked out of all the farm in the map frame. Ghostable actually closing the gap now as he is getting some really serious farm in. And got this well farming right underneath the sentry wood. No way you can't see that. Wow, just out of range, unfortunately for him. It's King RD with the blink forward, missing the God's Rebuke, unfortunately. Has no arena for another 9 seconds, and that's going to be a kill wasted. Days gone by. See you later. They're going to know for sure there's a ward somewhere now. You know, you can see he's even pinging it. Maybe it's here, but... Ooh, it's a tough ward. That's an awkward ward spot for sure, as the Maiden will end up taking a drop. And he got actually with the kill there as he TP's back in. Supernova, now Black Hole, not yet ready to be used, and in fact it is, but he's pinned to the walls. Supernova will only stun 1. They don't actually get the stun onto the Enigma. That means that Costabile is easy pickings. Next up is Theo Licoro, who does have the Icarus dive. Into the river he goes, but that's about all he has. And guess what? That Unstable Concoction chasing him all the way down. Theo Licoro buying himself a lot of time here, even threatening to TP out. As Dark Mago, okay, I guess I'll use my Yules, and there goes the kill. Eventually, they're going to give it to Mingate. I'm not really sure. They just watch him die on the cliff. That will be, though, the Bo3 Travels completed now for Lesh, 18 minutes in. Is it enough with 1 carry, or are Brazil going to take this? Well, for now, it looks like Dark Mago is doing a pretty decent job at actually trying to step into this utility sort of role. I'd be curious as to what he wants to go for next, as they're looking to burn duration here off the Fate's Edict. Oscar needs to be a bit careful here. That doesn't have the mechanism, but it's got plenty of teammates here. The power of friendship to try and keep him alive. Mini in a lot of trouble here. King RD running on in. It's got the arena in 13. Freezing Field canceled almost immediately, though, by the magic damage they have. Dark Mago with 2 kills here already in this engagement. The Lesh is dead. Panda might even die. Well, I'm sorry, might not even die was what I meant to say, but even the mechanism cannot save him from all the damage there. Now the arena is ready. That's twice that Brazil have decided to fight without arena. Of course, once was when they went for this little cheeky breaky kill here, but Dark Mago now starting to strut his stuff a little bit more, deciding to go for the Aghanim Scepter. That, of course, was a fight with the Arcane Rune. It's still pretty decent. What's the one right now? I'll go ahead and show you. Probably 4 minutes ago when you asked, it was definitely a bit higher here favoring Brazil. It's a little bit more stabilized now, 64 to 36, not quite 50-50, but of course with this Alchemist, you always got a chance. Hermes is the messenger. Yeah, that's right. Good old Mars. He lets me get a lot of my music history knowledge in. Dark Mago, though, is going to be allowed to get that one in. Doesn't actually have the Yule Scepter for himself either. He's not able to Astral Step away, and he is easy pickings there. Nice job. Good kill. As Brazil, once again, getting a kill on the mid laner. Omega, though, they're going to be able to still snag themselves at least one bounty rune, which, of course, is absolutely huge when you do have yourself an Alchemist. INS could be in some trouble. King RD, ooh, he's going to blink a little short there, unfortunately. It's going to allow INS to easily get into the river, and he is away. The one we got so close to catching. Mingata now has a full Manta style on top of the Radiance, full Ogre Axe, nearly a full BKB. I swear, you don't look at this guy farming for like 3 minutes, and he's got another freaking item. What are you going to do here? But Costabil doing a great job here of just stealing all the farm that he can. Wants to go for killing the Panda, but they found Oscar as well. He's a juicier kill. As Panda is going to be burned down by the red pickle. Oscar trying to stay alive. Walks back into that spear wall for a second time, though, unfortunately. That'll condemn him. Dark Mago TPing very aggressively here. He's going to find himself Yuled up by the Leshrac pin to the wall as he's not able to get down, actually. That means INS is going to be next. That might even... No, that wasn't Mars's Yule Scepter. He had used his to set up for that initial engagement to Oscar, which means that even though we have multiple people now just kind of stunned up a little bit here. Low HP, low mana. Doesn't matter. Still have plenty of damage. Now they're going to try even for a little bit of a sneaky roach. A little bit difficult, this one, of course, without a Desolator. It's going to be a long one. A risky move whenever you're playing against the Enigma. It's not a Blink Dagger Enigma, though, so still in it for sure. As Brazil looking to, again, take their time on this one as they kind of have no choice. No arena again for 18 seconds, however. The Supernova is ready to go. We'll see. For now, Omega are not going to be able to contest it. They either don't know or they have no interest in it. Either way, Costabil is going to be able to get that Aegis quite easily into his inventory. I believe Dota Pit has ended because I no longer hear Alvo casting in Spanish. Yule Scepter. This could be a kill then onto Panda. It probably is. 2, 8, and 8. Likely to be 2, 9, and 8. As down he goes to the 8, 1, and 10. Costabil, who's having another great early game here on the Lifestealer. And of course, I specify the early game because kind of was going the same way last game for them until it was going pretty poorly. Better team fight positioning, stronger positioning abilities this game actually on the side of Team Brazil. I think definitely making that a little bit easier for them. As here we go. King RD going to get blinked forward onto Dark Mago. That's BKB active for Mingata, however, but already your mid laner dead. Mingata just doesn't have the lockdown without Dark Mago nearby, and that's already your tier 2 down. DD Rune activated as well by the Leshrac. That's Chemical Rage, that's BKB, and likely to be high ground pushed here pretty soon as well here, to be honest, with those two things. On cooldown, I suspect they're going to back off, farm a little bit here, wait for the next wave to rush on in, and head for some fun. INS is going to be able to scout Mini, force him away. Surprised that they're backing out of this one. To me, I mean, I guess you're against an Enigma. You can't really risk it, right? You don't know what he's building. Does have a BKB, though, so that means the only thing that will actually stop his black hole at this point, and of course, I bring this up in case it actually is relevant, is going to be the Supernova stun. That's it. If you complete a Supernova, it will stun everyone. INS running them down, though, as Oscar will be scouted. He did not want to pop the BKB, didn't have it. It was on the way to the courier, about to be delivered, and that means Brazil, once again, with a very advantageous fight. King Jungle's in a lot of trouble, though, bashed up, unable to do much there. Great three-man splitter. Third is going to ravage the entirety of Omega. Costabil then popping back out, forces Mingata to use the BKB as he will be looking to run away. Oscar make that INS rather, the only one to be caught there by the Arena of Blood is Costabil. Manta Omotaglina rather, as Panda just dropping the poison on whoever he could there on the Viper Strike. Both supports as well as the offlaner dying so far, not too bad, as it is some way it's going to allow Dark Mago to dodge the spear quite easily. And Brazil then with a buyback on their safe laner their support, I should say. They're going to take that team fight quite comfortably for them. Already the damage they're starting to do here on the Lifestealer is really darn high. He's about to have this MKB almost completed. Needs another 250 gold, and they'll be able to get this one here quite easily from the tier 3 tower. With the Diabolic Edict at the ready is Leshrac. Is a bit lower on HP, however, once again, without the arena is okay. There's Yeah, he just popped actually on Ghostable. They're unable to actually set up for the Aether Rune on time. Maybe that was actually what got them the kill. What the heck? It must have been. Yeah, I just died to all the magic damage. Armlet toggling at the wrong time there. Oops, I have this overlay wrong. Apologies about that, guys. 4-step for our maiden as Dark Mago jumping on in, wanting the kill, as that's going to be an easy one with Malefice providing enough lockdown. And a Basher. Ooh, a Basher on King RD. That's an interesting item. He's going to be going for the full Abyssal Blade. It's going to be another thing to potentially cancel a Black Hole. You can pretty easily get that one off nowadays as well, thanks to its ranged form. Yeah, its cast range increase, I suppose, is more accurate, right? King RD jumping on in. It's going to trigger the Black Hole out from... Oh, Scott, I meant the BKB as... Uh-oh, in trouble is the Supernova. It's going to be consumed immediately by the likes of Mingate. Oh, Scott and Mingate both had a BKB for that one. They're going to get a tier 1 out of that, as well as the Supernova and the Arena of Blood. Not too bad. This is going to be bad, though, if Mini dies here. He's taking a smart path on the way back out, however, as it looks like Brazil want to re-engage here. Without Arena, though, it's a very difficult thing to go for. We do have a BKB, at the very least, for Mini. 10-second BKB at that, so that's at least going to be quite strong for him. I'm really looking forward to the patch. Probably the next 25 hours. Yeah, me too. Me too. At least there's no Sven PA in this game, but yeah, the Lesh has been a favorite here on SCA. Panda in trouble is dead, as he is going to be the one to tank that gank to 11 and 8. Once again, he is not going to be available for the nomination of the Malk Award, being that he does have 2 kills. As it's going to be this... No, they're not going to cut the wave, actually. Maybe trying to bait them in for a bad fight, especially with that Fortify. I think Omega there not going to take that one. And instead, we will TP home. Dark Mago, he is making decent progress on the Agnum Scepter. That's going to be a big item here, of course, versus our Lifestealer, who, well, normally uses Rage to dispel everything, but you cannot dispel a Silence with an ability because, well, you're silenced, my friend. We don't have a Lotus queued up for him either. They've decided that the Abyssal Blade is more important. 4 staffs, though, not too bad, but that's going to be the only thing they can actually realistically go for. Many, his BKB is going to be forced, actually, just by Dark Mago alone, as they did see INS nearby. Didn't want to risk anything to chance there, especially with Oskar probably waiting in the wings. Spider Legs picked up for our Enigma. It's not a bad item for our Slardar, but he decides that he'll do better for them. Well, he'll do better with them, I should say. As next, a new item that's already the AC completed then for our Alchemist. He still does have this 1 item advantage over the enemy safe laner. So we're still well within this, you know, win percentage area, you know, if that makes sense, right? He's still in the buffer area. He's still good to go, but he is slowly running out of slots here, right? You get rid of the Soul Ring naturally, then maybe the Phase Boots, of course, are last to go, but usually you want that around your level 25 so you can get the 50 move speed talent is what I tend to see. As he's just going to go ahead and stun himself. Don't worry about that one, Mingate. You're smoked. No one could possibly see it. King Jungle's getting jumped on here. Nice 4-staff. We'll be able to allow him to escape. I mean, that's the problem, is you have to kind of use the Yule Scepter and save it for defensive use here for Dark Mago, so we can't really afford to be using that one for a setup, especially on a support kill. Of course, to be able to hold it onto the red barricade, interestingly enough. Just gives you HP regen 25, though, not too bad at all if they're going to now be putting that to use on the man they go. King Jungle's already dead. Tosabil is going to be looking to run away. Mingate, though, chasing right after him. We got the Black Hole at the ready. It's going to be used with the Yule Scepter at the same time. It's going to burn a little bit of that duration off. Not much, but that's going to allow a 2-man split Earth. And now the Supernova stunning all 5 heroes from the high ground as Brazil, they strike back hard here. I was wondering why it was daytime, and Omega, well, they're going to be thinking why they don't have any vision on the map all of a sudden with 4 heroes dead. Costabil landing 2 of those kills. They're going to lose King RD, but Costabil safe inside within. Pops out. Was able to clean up that fight, but a massive stun there, courtesy of Theo Licor. Really proving his stuff on the hero. Nicely placed Supernova. Absolutely no chance there for Omega. They didn't even have vision on that Supernova. I had no idea what was going on. And a big swing there in favor of Brazil. Black Hole, again, not utilized too well there. Not even, if you consider the Yule Scepter, perhaps that team fight goes a little bit differently, but that's an observer opinion at Tier 1 top. Tier 3, I should say. What is going on? We had someone pause in our last game as well. Like, I can't pause right now. I'm not going to try because I'm a professional, but, you know, I've tried before. Can't be done. You need to be in an unassigned player slot to be able to pause. Usually reserved for admins, of course. As, well, there's a free kill into INS, by the way, of course. That's going to be then the Tier 3 tower down. And the melee barracks already. They found Dark Mago, by the way. There's a tip onto him. Did he die to a maiden alone? Pretty much. I mean, you know, damage from... What did he die to? Just like had no... I mean, like, the hero just has no HP, generally speaking, especially when you hit him with magic damage. Alchemist is going to be nearby. Maleficent onto Lifesteal to force out the Rage. Without Dark Mago nearby, though. No way to punish that one. And they're going to be off and away to safety. Then Brazil, all of a sudden, they've got Theo Licor, even richer than the likes of Oscar. Theo Licor, of course, now is nearly having a full and is already completed. In fact, he does have it completed. He's just locking the component. Because you can activate this if you're in a black hole, just once, but it'll work. And that'll save your life. That's actually a really big counter to heroes like the Enigma, like the Faceless Void. I've seen it a ton against. Really, really strong build there. It is going to be the Bloodstone then for Mini. He decided that was a good item, and I agree with him. So that's nearly Abyssal Blade completed. In fact, is it? It is. That's now a full Abyssal Blade for King RD. Wow. Some amazing items, some great farm heroes. Obviously, the Void Spirit doesn't farm too well outside of the laning stage. Oscar doesn't farm too well outside of the laning stage. And it's really just the Alchemist now needing to do a lot of work here at Black Hole. Then they have found Costa Blue immediately canceled by King RD. That might just be the GG forced out from them as Supernova is going to go off as well. That'll burn the last duration off the BKB. And the GG indeed will be dropped. Costa Blue with the DD rune. This time it's going to be Brazil taking the win, forcing a game number 3.
Radiant.
Very strong game this time around out from the Team Brazil side. Maybe it was a better draft. Maybe it was, of course, King RD back on the Mars role. Maybe it was having Theo Licor back. Who knows? Could be a combination of all of the above. As Dark Mago, again, having a little bit of a lackluster game here, at least in the early game. Once again, unfortunately, able to really deliver too much space for his team. They definitely tried. They got close. They won a few good team fights here and there, but with the Alchemist draft, it kind of does hang in the balance, especially if you don't have a secondary carry to fall back on. So that'll be game number 1 then. Game number 2, rather, in the books. We're going to be going to a short break, guys, but when we come back, the deciding game 3 in the upper brackets of the Movistar LPG. Welcome back, everyone. We are now live with our Game 3 and the final one of this series between Team Brazil and Omega Gaming. It appears that we are still without ADR, so crucially still Mini in the mid lane. Of course, King RD has returned to the off-lane position as Theo Licor rejoins the team and will be playing this Phoenix yet again. Heavy hitters this time around. The Sven Spectre, already the Slardar though, against their Spectre, making that a bit difficult, and the Monkey King to counter the Ember in the safe lane. Ooh, it's a bit tough here already for Omega. Pretty good laning setup, at the very least, from Brazil. Not the easiest execution, though. Decent combo with the Phoenix Monkey King, but not as good as it used to be. As, of course, the Echo Saber no longer applies the slow on the Wukong's command summons. With that being said, however, you still do have yourself a decent chance to be able to, to get a nice team fight here together. It's possible. Of course, for Omega Gaming, the combo's a little bit easier. You have 2 roots into arrow, nice and easy. Not really too much to say about that, but no stuns to speak of, besides that arrow, of course, which can be crucial at taking down a Sven, a Monkey, a Slardar, stunning up a Phoenix before he can get off any abilities, for example, even though the roots are particularly effective against that hero for sure. But it's important to note that, of course, he can still use his items and whatever when he is going to be rooted up. And good decision there to ban the ABBA for the reasons I'm basically stating, I should say, of course, because the ABBA can just purge everything off himself, and he doesn't really care, and that basically ruins all of your lockdown. It's a lot how the Omega Shadow Demon really helped him in game number 1 on INS. We'll see who wants to pick this one.
Dire team ban. Seconds remaining. Radiant team pick.
Underlord Sanking the last 2 bans as Team Brazil. What'll it be for them? Looks like, I reckon they need well, they can try and pick something a little bit flex between position 3 and 5, though, is not easy. The ABBA probably the best of them all. Omni Knight, if the core is just too bad these days. I mean, I think, honestly, you just pick an offlaner. You're pretty darn happy with having already the Slardar in your position 5. You don't know if you need anything else here. Beastmaster Sand King, Underlord ABBA. That would have been pretty decent picks, though, unfortunately banned. This is the ET we've seen banned very early, though. Omega, they let it through this time around. Will they pay the price, is the question. It's going to eliminate a Meepo from contention for sure, in case it, of course, wasn't already off of, the Sven, Monkey, Slardar. There we go with the axe instead. So no dispels there for that ET in this lane. As our 2 drafts are set, some more reliable lockdown. But again, a nice combo into the arrow with still nothing to dispel it, so Kosobil definitely can have some difficulties there. Oscar's job's a little bit more complicated this time around, of course, as you do have to, much like a tank does on MMOs, you have to face the boss away from your teammates so he doesn't cleave. I mean, that's actually kind of a very serious concern here, obviously, with the Sven, especially against some, what is relatively a not tanky lineup, with the notable exception of the Spectre, Ember, Morana, CM. I'll dive very, very quickly here to Sven with God's Strength. So that's a very serious concern to be having. Even this ET can prove to be a little bit difficult. We'll see, though, as we're about to get underway here for our 3rd and final game of this series. We still have another best of 3 right after this one, guys, so don't go anywhere, as we'll be having Our Thunder Predator versus Team Unknown matchup should be nice and exciting. As underway, we will get going.
Prepare for battle.
I came a long way.
There's the binds working. As we shall see. There we go. Everything nice and taken care of. Of course, this little Monkey King core, I don't recognize this one. What is this, a little bunny in a boot? Oh, it's a, I saw the tongue and I thought it was something else. I don't know what that courier is. I have never seen it before. That is fascinating. Is that supposed to be this? It is. Doesn't look so good when the Monkey King steals it. He's missing a lot of his body parts there. Anyway, that was a perfect game, and there exist no bugs within it. The Olicor with a very similar starting items here likes to go for the bracer into just tangos. Lots of regen here, though, on the Spectre and the Maiden. Definitely expecting a lot of harass, especially when you're up against an ET. Oh, my goodness, speaking of harassment, look at this. 7 tangos. He ends up giving probably 2-item match over the mid laner. And, of course, a Wind Lace, which is very useful because the Astral Spirit no longer has a set movement speed. Well, it hasn't since a while, to be honest, but it's going to take your own. They don't want to fight this, by the way. King Jungles has insane damage for this stage of the game. INS recognizes this, needs to run for his life before he gets hit multiple times with the Staple Gun. We should get a third, maybe even a fourth hit in here. My goodness, the damage on INS. He's going to be okay, though. It should be fine underneath this tier 2 tower now. King Jungle's really working for this. This support, by the way, on this ET. It's, yeah, underneath the tier 2 tower, you got a bonus of, what, 4 armor. Make that 5 and 3 HP regen. And King Jungle's, though, he's a patient man. He's going to stick around. He knows this king deserves whatever he can get as we get a little bit of server lag, unfortunately, but we didn't miss much because they're not going to kill him. Tri-lane up top, though, is not going to be too much fun, however, for the side of Omega, should they decide to keep this lane as it is. Of course, ET excels in these lanes, much like the Undying, because he's got just hero-based abilities, right? And by that I mean, you know, the more people there are, the more fun he has. And he's going to have a lot of fun this lane if he chose to go back top, but he's going to decide instead that the Axe needs some, or rather the Sven needs some help with this Axe, which is very true here. Early levels are really the only time that King Jungles can reliably get a bunch of damage in here onto the Axe, and already we see a good amount as the arrow sailing on through, catches a creep. As, yeah, I mean, but the difficulty is here that INS, generally speaking, is a very strong counter to the Titan, because you can just kind of leap away, arrow him real quick. The issue, of course, arises where the Axe, however, is particularly good against an ET here. INS, though, needs to get a little bit more movement speed before he's particularly effective against the ET, though, is the issue. Top lane, they are fighting. There's a bash on the Mingate, but crush. They're going to decide that kill's a little bit too difficult right now. Mid lane, Dark Mago is going to have a very, very tough time here versus Mini. Definitely a Monkey King favored matchup. As 8-3 already compared to the 7-0. Syrian Chains build, of course, with the Marana on the playing field. It's a little bit too good of a build to pass up here. I'd imagine he's going to be going... No, actually, he's not going for Flame Guard whatsoever. It's a bit risky. Dark Mago is a pretty good Ember, though. It's one of the heroes definitely in his pool, but he being the hero doesn't really farm too well with the Sleight of Fist build. Farms okay, but he's much more efficient to farm with the Flame Guard. Problem is, you don't really want to be using Flame Guard against the Monkey King, because then you're just going to get the Jingu stacks for... You were rather going to give him the Jingu stacks for free, and he's going to be able to out-heal them as well with the lifesteal. So it puts yourself in a bit of a difficult position there as Panda nearly dying top lane. By the way, I should say, King Jungles, of course, he knew what he was getting into. That's why he started with basically 3 stacks of the tangos here, as he's going to be looking for more damage now onto Oscar. I have blocked the camp here, however. It's actually blocked on both sides. Oscar might be in trouble, though. Needs to be... Yeah, he's actually okay. 2 bonus armor is really all he needs here. We have the second skill point. It's going to be put into the Echo Stomp, however. Not... Interesting. I thought for sure natural order. Even still, though, you're never going to get rid of that 2 armor. But the 3 days armor that you managed to chew through is pretty decent. You know what's funny is that these wards just missing each other. Echo Stomp onto 2. Goes to Beal, has the stun. They're going to go for the cat. However, they have taken already the point in leap, being that level 3. Oh, goodness. Okay, so I thought it was going to be bottom. It was top first, actually. Theo Licor onto Panda. As we see that King Jungle's getting the kill first onto INS. Oscar then with the solo kill, well, solo experience anyway, onto the ET. As, again, this mid lane, not a whole lot of fun. They can't really afford to rotate away the Maiden or really the Mirana quite yet either for Dark Mago. As he is going to go, yeah, he's committing for this build 2-2-0 right now at level 4. King Jungle's over from the mid lane, has the Echo Stomp at the ready. Rotating over is going to be INS. It's not going to save his compatriot though. He's going to go down. In fact, he might be in for some trouble as well. Plus 4 armor underneath the tower puts him in a very good position here. Look at the damage though. They forced out the second leap charge. So I think this is the bottle of Dark Mago, who is then going to TP in and refill his own bottle for INS, who's taking a couple sips out of it. Kill top lane, though, yet again onto the Maiden. They might even get one onto Mingate, as it looks all but certain at this point. Down they go. Very, very difficult laning setup here for really all their lanes for Omega. Bot lane still doing quite nicely, though. I can't lie. King Jungle's really doing whatever you can get going here, which is surprising. This is the lane I thought Omega were going to have their best shot to try and run away with the game with, and unfortunately that just hasn't been the case, as Oscar is not with the Ring of Health, is not going to be able to actually collect a bounty rune for himself, so it should be 3 bounties then for the side of Brazil. Axe with the call into the Echo Stomp there. Should be able to save the life here, but Mini ganking the bottom lane already here onto Oscar. He goes. This is a very, very good, well-timed gank. Ostu is going to live as the re-stick charge is remaining. It should be put him within a good position, as Mini with his very balanced attack range, easily getting the kill there. I thought they were going top again, but they're not. And then Theo Licor is going to TP over to the mid lane to make sure that no experience is wasted. Our Slarder doing pretty good in here to make sure that he's get plenty of HP. Bottom, I think they're going to get another kill here. Yeah, INS is going to eat the Stormhammer of the Sven straight into the Boundless Strike of Mini. And a very easy kill top lane again. That's going to be Panda's 3rd death. This is kind of what he excels at doing, though. Mingata's only taken 1 death out of the 4 in this lane, out of the 8 in the game. So not too bad, all things considered. They will aggressively fortify here, looking to try and get some tower damage in. Dark Mago doesn't need a bottle refill, of course, because he has a regenerant still waiting. Is our Monkey King still bottom? He is. They waited so long for this axe, but that's actually going to give him a call. Doesn't really mind, to be honest. Counter Helix level 3, as they will get a kill in mid lane. Dark Mago with the dive, courtesy of the arrow, courtesy, of course, of the Mirana. Nice positioning here is going to easily allow them to get this kill. King Jungles, though, as a very disciplined support, not going to be taking that one. Dark Mago needs to be careful. Regen root active, though, tanking for the tower. It's going to be canceled, though, by Mini, who TP's on in. And look at this, King Jungles predicting it, but Dark Mago a bit faster on that one. A battle of wits. As in the end, it will be Mini then able to drag away the creep from the tower, allowing the tower to actually hit the wagon. Top lane, though, big kill onto Mingate, and maybe even a +1 onto Panda. Sunray healing up King RD as he's chasing down Panda. He's got another hit here in a second. Slytherin Crush will secure it. He's going to die for it, though. They might even lose Theo Licor, who does not have the leap either. So 2 kills to Dark Mago in return is not really the best of trades there. But again, another kill onto Mingate, and then now a 4th death onto Panda. As they will TP Mingate back top lane, of course, to continue farming, as well as to refill the bottle there of Dark Mago. Laning stage starting to break down here, as we see already the Sven abandoning the bottom lane. Axe doesn't really want to be there either. It's a bit dangerous, so he's going to go ahead and farm, I believe, up the small camp here. Stacks the Ancients on the way out, and he's going to continue pushing the bottom lane, as is going to be a kill. Not sure where it happened, because there it is. Dark Mago got that kill. This mid lane there are continuing to fight. Searing Chains at the ready, but no arrow means why bother. So let's just take a look here. So continuing to farm as now Mingate booted into the jungle on the Spectre by the Slaughter, who's a little bit too spooky for her at this stage of the game. Power Treads already, Wand, make that stick versus the Blade Mail, which is still not too terrible of a timing here for a Spectre, but it's the only item she's got, and of course it's a pretty cheap item relatively speaking. Maybe 2,300, 2,400 maybe. As, we'll see here how Mingate is able to put that to use. Without the boots, of course, lots of kills in these lane. Bot lane, they again get another kill onto Oscar, and the smoke will break. It's a bait, though, but Mini is not too far away, so it's not going to be that long of an arrow. King Jungle's now baiting. Has the Echo Stomp at the ready. Haunt in will stop that channel duration, though, as they try to combo them here. God's Strength still at the ready with this Mask of Madness. He's not really going to be able to do much here. Didn't even bother attacking, though, quite surprisingly. Really thought he was going to live there, perhaps. Dually Quarter nearby with a level 2 now in the Fire Spirit. Oh, let's catch Dark Mago. Down he goes. It's a 5-time killing spree ended, actually. He was having a pretty decent start this game. Top lane, though, they will TP on over Axe, I should say, as Panda was getting Doven. Oh, and the poor little maiden. I mean, Dually Quarter will stay down bottom. Really high level, actually, on the support Phoenix, as he always is, to be honest. Nearly having as much net worth as the Spectre, who is going to be the poorest core of them all. There always has to be one, mathematically speaking. As we have a pause. Actually, I guess there doesn't always have to be one, because two people can be in the exact same net worth, and in fact, to start the game off, they are. That's not always very true. But realistically, that's almost always the case. So we're going to be paused up. I mean, now has brown boots at least, and the power tread, something standard there. Of course, Panda poor as a pickle, and only having no boots, just the windlace to try and outrun the Slardar, the Phoenix, the Monkey King, the Sven, the ET, you know, all these heroes that you want to get away from, unfortunately. But that's okay. Swift as the wolves of ice, right? As they say. As we get reconnected here. King Jungles, I think he's good to go. Not really sure what that face means. Normally you just say G when you're reconnected. You don't throw an emote in the chat, but you know what? It's the SA style. Nearly already the full urn, as well as Tranquil Boots and a Bracer on Dually Quarter, which is pretty ridiculous farm for a position 4. Dark Mago nearby, though. Might go for a free kill onto the Phoenix. They want maybe King Jungles instead. Does have those Searing Chains already. Nice dodge there. That should be a pretty easy kill then onto King Jungles. Dually Quarter does end up using the Icarus Dive aggressively to make sure he gets this bounty rune. Arrow. Not coming out yet, though, as instead the Mirana heading back bottom, but half HP burn there. Out from Mini, who, by the way, also goes for the Mask of Madness. Maybe he's going to be cosplaying a Sven, I think, this game. Perhaps with this build, he might even be tempted to go for the Aghanim Scepter. Why not?
We see you.
Oscar, top lane, is going to be Doven. There you have the Bash, the Slytherin Crush, a Boundless Strike, but the call comes out first. He's going to spin only once there. It's a max counter Helix, by the way. That's kind of ridiculous. I mean, I guess there weren't... I mean, what? There was like 2, 3, 4 attacks there? I mean, sure, I guess it makes sense, but my goodness. Give them more spins, Ice Frog. Omega, they need it. They're down 14-8. 4K net worth lead already in favor of Brazil here, as King Jungles even is not going to be killed by the likes of Dark Mago. They're really having to commit for this one, and they're putting themselves at danger of overextending. Dark Mago will finally get that one with a sleight of fist, but he might have to pay for it with his life, as they have also gotten the kill on the King RD, though, so not too bad, all things considered. Close to be having to work for this kill, however, not going to find it too easily. Unfortunately, the trees all breaking. They have true sight on Dark Mago as well, courtesy of the corrosive haze. They're about to lose it, but Dark Mago as well. Oh, with the Moonlight Shadow. Oh, unbelievable. He's going to live. Nothing to cleave off of either. It means he is A-okay. Supernova in the middle lane, not catching a single kill either. Mingate able to just outrun the Phoenix. Scan will not find the Ember Spirit. He's nowhere to be seen. Of course, back in the fountain. Good to go. Nice little fight there as Omega just kind of taking that Sven for a walk. That's how it's done. That's why he's so bad without the Aghanim Scepter. Well, at least the hero was bad when the old Aghanim Scepter just gave God's Strength AoE. Or I guess AoE got strength is the way that makes more sense. Echo Saber finish for Sen nonetheless, though. He's only taken a single death involved in 6 kills. Oh, speaking of kills, there's another one on the Panda. Dark Mago is back, has a regen rune. He gets bashed once, though, into the crush. And he might be in some trouble here. He gets the remnant up, but they know where he's headed now. Is Supernova, and that's going to be guaranteed by Mingate, even if it was off cooldown, who haunts on into the fight now. Arrow sailing through in the river and doesn't find a single thing, as the Spectre kind of just forcing everyone to kill themselves on her. Mini dodging it. At least the sleight of fist damage. That's going to allow him to actually man up here. The dunk, not enough to get the kill. Dark Mago eventually still will die, however. King RD then with 2 kills in this fight. Nice offlane slaughter, certainly working wonders so far, as both mid laners taking a dive in that one, along with the position 4, so just about even. Of course, the Liquid getting involved in a kill there, and the Blink Dagger all ready for King RD. Why not? Another kill onto Panda, just to swing the fight here in the favor of Team Brazil a bit more, as King RD, the second most farmed hero on the team, as well as in the game here at this stage. There's many, of course, taking a couple deaths here and there, playing a much more utility role yet again with this Monkey King build. Surprised he went for the Mask of Madness. It's maybe, I mean, it's like he's playing Naba or something and he's expecting to silence them. I mean, it's not bad. It's working out for them. He's living a bit longer. He's forcing out a lot of utility onto himself. I see the use of it this game. It's very interesting, though. Very interesting. I can't say you always see the Mask of Madness on the Monkey King. Not necessarily a hero who needs to get off his abilities. I mean, besides the Boundless Strike and Tree Dance and Primal Spring. So I suppose it makes sense. It does stop you from trying to dodge damage with Mischief, which is, you know, not an insignificant part of the hero. As the arrow will find King RD, Sunray to keep him healed. The healing through the enemy earned, by the way, so they will commit the Sunray. And the Freezing Field, all the supports just using the ultis there. Unfortunately, the Sunray used in waste as it was trying to save the life there. But Ally didn't really do much. King of Jungles, Echo Stomp dodged by Mingate quite easily. That means he's safe and away. Didn't want to have to deal with this Fen. Didn't have the God Strength anyway, so it's very unlikely that they actually get that kill there. But you never want to risk it. Beast Coast beating the Saddle Boys. Good to know.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh, flank from King RD. Into the Sentry Ward they go. They're going to regret that one, as that's going to be then as murdered brutally. They took the bait a little bit there on the one illusion rune there from the ET, unfortunately. It means that they set themselves up for a little bit of embarrassment. Quick D ward, though, means Mingate can continue farming in relative safety here. It's actually farms pretty darn quickly as well, thanks to the mana regen given on, we're okay, by the Maiden, who now has, of course, level 2, ready to go. This, by the way, this guide is outdated that I'm using, clearly. That does not provide 90 mana in 1 minute to allies, as that just doesn't make sense. Either way, here, the Echo Stomp then used to set up for the Earth Splitter. Will catch the Maiden yet again. Nothing new there. Panda dying to kick off the fights. Basically means, yes, Omega is playing in the game. And so far, he is the only casualty. 1-7-2. Once again, he is not in contention of the Malk Award this game. But he is still making a lot of space here for his team. Speaking of creating space, King RD having a pretty fantastic game here on the starter. 10-3-4. Going straight into the BKB here after the Blink Dagger. Making a pretty good timing at that as well. Vessel going to be very, very useful towards killing this Spectre. We're still 400 gold away from it, however. Spectre, of course, now with the Yasha going for the Manta style. So she's going to have a Dispel ready for something here. I'd imagine it's going to be Vessel, Corrosive Haze, Fire Spirits, the big 3 that you're going to want to get rid of, as well as disjointing the Sven Stun. You can even dodge it if you're a gamer. A bit difficult, though, because it does travel, especially when you get the ultimate. And it has a splash.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Mini, I think, I'm not sure what he wants to build here. He can maybe decides to go for stats and then build the Ags. I don't know if the Ags is really too good this game, though. I don't know. I just feel like the monkey's got to do something here to make sure he outlives his relevant period of countering the Ember Spirit in lane. Other than that, I struggle to see what the Monkey King is going to be able to get done this game. We'll see, though, as I think this is a very versatile platform for the Monkey King to really transition to anything. I don't particularly know myself what the build is, so I'm eager to see what Mini decides is best as Team Hawada player. I think they have the day off from BTS Pro Series. If not, what a guy for standing in here last minute. Of course, if you're just joining us, well, hello, welcome. But also, of course, Team Brazil, unfortunately, having some disconnection issues. They played game one with a stand-in, with two stand-ins, I should say. We still have Mini standing in, but they have dismissed Davo of his duties and put King RD then back into the position 3, as Dark Mago is going to easily dodge the Remnant. Surprised they didn't want to make a jump there, but a bit risky. Dive into tier 2 when you know Haunt is up and the TPs are at the ready. Blink Dagger as well for Oscar. It makes it a very easy counter initiation opportunity there to potentially swing the game even more in favor here of Omega. But for now, as has been the story for all 3 games, even the one that Brazil lost, early game very, just nicely played overall by Team Brazil. Axe Call, though, might be able to kick this one off as he takes the bait on the King Jungle. He's going to regret that one. Supernova now is Panda dropping the ulti. They're going to go in and stop, though. They want to destroy the egg. They will be able to do so. King RD already out of HP as Mini. Not in such a great position anymore here, as they have already a vessel for him to negate the lifesteal. They will burn him down. Now it's Clark's event versus the world. They will buy back on King Jungles at least. He's going to try and get whatever he can done. Will stomp 3. That's going to burn a lot of the blade mail duration and allow Sven to come back and actually get some damage done with this BKB. Down goes Mingate already, as the Stormhammer is not going to be able to catch, unfortunately, Dark Mago. That should mean a dieback then for King Jungles, as that's the 10-second BKB used to kill a Spectre and run away. And for that one, Omega, they actually kick off the fight when I thought they were getting baited, and it turns out to go not too poorly, as King RD blinking on over, scares INS a little bit, but not really much they can follow up from there. All of a sudden, Spectre now finally more farm than King RD, and this is kind of my concern with the Monkey King. He's going to be going for stats, not too bad. Of course, that is just more HP, regen, and life steal, of course, and just more HP in general. I guess I wasn't wrong by just saying more HP. Unfortunately, Theoliko kind of forced to put the egg in a bad spot there. Maybe would have done better to put it more inside of the Wukong's command. Easier said than done, though. That the thing, it can be quite hard to control, as Panda snags a rune and then dies, I think, is the story of what happened up in this top lane. That's his 8th now of the game. Of course, he doesn't care that he dies this much. I just like to... It's funny to point it out. Kosobil next going into the Aghanim Scepter, having both of his prerequisite farming items on the boots. Straight into that one he goes. They might look for a kill on the Mini, however, as rooted up. He's in trouble, has no dispel. So Stomp will connect onto 1, as will the Splitter, but Oscar looking to try and secure the kill. Mini decides it's best to try and fight through it, but he will be dunked almost instantly. Lots of remnants down here for Dark Mago, just for this kill onto the King Jungles, but he'll get it. Long live the King, he says.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
The 2 has been taken in the meantime. Kosobil did not even have to use God's Strength for this one, but in the meantime, his entire team is really just getting owned, as there goes King RD. Theoliko looking to TP out. Well, no chance there, unfortunately, as it's going to be then the Sven TPing on home. He's finished off 2 more components of the Aghanim Scepter at the very least, and needs another 1,000 to go. Level 18, of course, giving him a big old spike, another 50% here in terms of the God's Strength damage. He has the 15 talent naturally of being at level 17. Nothing else to really put skill points into at this stage of the game. As Mingate continues to close the gap here a bit more. Of course, our Sven, not too bad in terms of a 1v1 matchup versus a Spectre if he builds for it. Because basically every single Sven and their mothers build Mask of Bandit, Echo Saber, Power Treads, BKB, Aghanim Scepter, is basically the standard build this game for Sven. It's a very cookie-cutter build these days. We're probably going to see something like a Shadow Blade right after. The question is, can he beat the Spectre to the punch? Not really, although Scotty is the important one, but the Basher really is where it begins to be really, really important for, or really start to swing in favor of the Spectre, I would say. This Deso, though, doing great work here. Now just straighten the damage here. Crystals, just to try and create as much space as possible is the name of the game. The Ags is a decent build as well for the Ember Spirit, always a good consideration. We might see it later so he can actually live long enough to do damage in the team fights, but for now, he just needs to be the distracting force for Mingate to eventually be able to use the space and get enough farm on. And so far, so good. So far, so good. 2 stand-ins, said Loveless. Yes, that's correct. They had 2 stand-ins for game number 1. They still have 1 stand-in, they, of course, being Team Brazil, and the 1 stand-in currently remaining being Mini, the Monkey King, and the mid laner. Eating an arrow will be King RD. They're going to try and heal him back up. They might be able to keep him alive a bit longer for a crush to come out, but it's not going to stun up Dark Mago. He's going to be able to definitely dodge that one. Mini now in trouble. He's going to get the Vessel Charge applied. 2-man root as, oh, we'll see you later, Panda. 2 ultis for him. Once again, doing his job, though. 3 make it actually there with the gun strength. As Omega, we're expecting a lot more, but they might be able to, if they stick around, they might get what they were hoping for. As Oscar waiting in the wings with the Blink Dagger and the call ready to go, but he's going to be backing off now. All right, I think that S and Y is completed on our Monkey King at least. It is, so that's good news. He's going to be an X going for the BKBs with the Ogre X on the way, but he's under-leveled and a little bit under-farmed, dare I say. Only 500 gold behind the Ember Spirit, but that's already starting to make a bit of a difference. As we have another pause. Lag, they say. All right, well, I'll just believe him. Oh, G. All right. Well, hopefully we get the good to go from Omega here. And we do. And we do. Lotus Orb going to be a fantastic item here for Axe. Likely to tank the skank is going to be King Jungles as Smoke will break. INS promptly applying there. The Vessel, yeah, he is dead. See you later, ET. Has maxed the natural order, though, so the armor resist pretty darn good.
Dire are scanning.
BKB finished, though, for King RD. Costabil with the Aghanims finished. Going, yep, like I said, right into the Shadow Blade. Pretty standard stuff. Migate going to be stunned. He might regret sticking around here a bit too long, though, as they do have the Haunts at the ready, but no chance to use it. No one really to go to, especially with that few HP. You can see Theo Licor was prepared for that one even. He had the Fire Spirits ready to go, so he didn't get eaten alive by the Spectre. And, yeah, nice job there. They're going to look for Oscar. He knows that they have Aghanim Scepter on Sven, so he's going to farm that way, but it's a bit of a risky move there to get vision thanks to the Elder Titan Spirit. Stunned on up. He will get the call off, only for a second. A very short call. Misdialed. As now Mini will be able to stun up only one, but the Sven chasing down the Ember. Nicely timed there on Dark Mago. Costabil now out of mana. But they have vision now onto Dark Mago. He's going to have to use his 3rd and final remnant there. Arrow sailing through, not finding anyone. His INS having to use his 2nd leap charge to escape. As this Sven Axe proven to be very, very effective at doing what it does, and that is kill heroes and towers. Why not? 10 of each stats is no joke, as he will be able to nuke the wave, and that should then be Shadow Blade completed. Is it actually 1,000? I didn't know Broadsword was 1,000. I always thought it was 1,200. Wow, Shadow Blade's just a clean 3,000 now. That's really easy to remember. So he's just shy of it. The piece of paper, though, to get the break is a bit expensive at 600. So he's going to have to farm that up for about another minute or something like that. Nothing too crazy. What's his GPM at right now? 671. About another minute. Not too bad. Not too bad at all. With the break, the kills onto Mingate a lot more realistic, because the arrow actually almost catching King Jungles. It'll scout him, but it won't kill him. Migata then really trying to finish off this Eye of Scott. He needs just stats now at this stage of the game. Stats and a Basher Abyssal to really try and turn this into the favor of Omega. For now, though, the rest of the team is going to go out and quite literally create space. I mean, sometimes you say create space. What does that mean? That means putting 4 bodies on the line. If Brazil leave the base, if they want to go into the jungle, they're going to run into this gang squad of 4. Migata, though, as the Spectre, can always just decide to join the fight as she pleases. As they're going to take a jump mid lane. INS is dead. See you later. Dark Mago. Lucky not to jump in there. They know he's nearby because he didn't get a sleight of fist off, but they got no interest in trying to go at for a kill onto him. RX now has some bonus armor at least, so he doesn't get melted anymore just with an ET standing next to him. It is going to be good news for him. They might look for Roche. Nope, not up yet. It's going to be up in another minute and 20 seconds. Uh-oh, Dark Mago in trouble. They land 1 stun onto him. They might even get a second one here, and they will. God Strength utilize the root, though, preventing any attacks. Boundless Strike, giving him the vision. Down he goes. All right, there's just too much vision for for the Sven this game. It's like freaking Bounty Hunter and Tinker with the way they're killing him. Oh, Oscar with a big 3-man call, though. Look at the damage they're doing to him. The dunk's not going to come through. The BKB active now for Costa who's going to jump back out. I'm not sure what the heck they stunned there. He's stunned a creep just to run away a bit faster as they have bot back now on 2 heroes. They've killed the Axe. They look looking to escape. Ghostabil as well. Do they have detection for him? It doesn't look like it. And this time it's going to be Ghostabil walking away thanks to the invisibility. Nice little job there. As they'll get 2 buybacks off of that. They will lose the mid laner, but that's a pretty well worth trade after all things considered. Ghostabil at level 22 here already. Of course, that's taking the -5 second Storm Hammer cooldown. He's probably going to go as well for the stun duration. As Roche will be respawning in 9 seconds here pretty shortly. Unfortunately, we're going to have the ET up by then who can delay things quite significantly here with the Echo Stamp, of course. Echo Stamp, English. Spectre doesn't really like to build the BKB, but she does like to build Eye of Scotty, which she has completed. So she's quite vulnerable to the Echo Stomp. So, like I said, King Jungle's going to really slow down Roche very, very effectively here. The downtime on the Astral Spirit, although it's not max, so it's going to be 2 seconds longer, is not too long. As they will be able to even scout a courier and nuke that thing. They bashed it, so... Yeah, King Ardes, he's got no, he didn't bash it. He's got a bash primed and ready to go still. There's, of course, Silver Edge completed, has been for some time, but it's written out to the Satanic for Sven to replace that magic wand. Reaver to be slotted in. Who cares about the wand? +2 stats. No. He's all about those +30 strength. Now Oscar can get first hit bashed, of course, guaranteed. Stomp. The call will not come out in time. BKB'd. He is dead. Now the next to go is going to be Panda. They nearly catch Mingate as well with that split earth. Darkmago nearby. They know he's not that easy to catch, though. Ghostabil does not want to get kited up to the high ground. It's a real danger here. Oh, now he's going to get kited up to the high ground. He decides now is the time. Activates the God Strength. They got no buyback onto 2 heroes, and now they don't got buyback as well onto the Ember Spirit. Why not? Mingate doing some serious damage there, but not nearly enough. Yeah, it's Costa with the BKB is safe and sound in the hands of his teammates. Roshan has respawned. Roche number 2 with Aegis and Cheese. Steel Decor looking to continue to scout INS, who has a Blink Dagger, by the way, on this Morana. It's a pretty decent item for this game. Allows her to more reliably get off long duration arrows.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Spectral Haunt? Guys, there's a Cheese on deck, but most importantly, where's that Haunt for? I don't know. I don't think he even jotted anything. I didn't quite hear it. INS activating the ulti immediately will be scouted with a Dust. Mingate might be next. They have the vision. They're going to not even wake her up with that little bit of damage. Oscar then, in the meantime, is going to have to run away from the Supernova. He's not going to be able to run too far before Costabil chunks him down. 4 dead there for the side of Omega. They're going to try and give Costabil vision, and they have. Mingate up to the high ground, though. Blade Mail active. BKB active, though, by Costabil, as they have immediately woken up from his little slumber, purging off at least the minus armor for a little bit. They don't have vision here. I mean, now they do. Inspector gone, deleted, just disappears off the map. As Brazil, they end up losing the Aegis for that, but it's a trade well worth it. They got a tier 2 pushing in. They're going to be able to keep the wagon alive as well, which not only breaks back door, but also helps them in their push, which is not too bad, of course. It always helps. God Strength now at the ready, BKB in 30. No Spectre for a whole minute. As it will be Brazil likely striking first here in terms of actually getting structures and looking to guarantee it. Will be Costabil as he activates the God Strength, dodging a narrow, caught by the creep. Sonneray to keep him healed up. INS in a very precarious situation, though. He is playing that one by the skin of his teeth, though. Echo Stomp just missing Dark Mago. His Chiefs will be consumed. Oscar blinking in. Big damage here on the counter. Helixes, though. Look at that. Sven kills himself onto Oscar. So they will be able to at least cancel the freezing field very, very easily and even get the kill now on the Dark Mago. A bit too aggressive here out from the likes of Omega, however, after they get the kill, as they still are quite vulnerable here to the likes of the Monkey King, who is going to be going next into the Basher, which does work on your monkeys. Oscar TPing in. He's going to have a blink, though. And yeah, that's a free blink right there. No one canceled it. And I'm not sure if they could have canceled it, but Mini with the lifesteal just turning and fighting through it. Die back there onto Oscar means that they're going to continue pushing. They're not leaving until they get these barracks, goddammit. Mingate though running in might try and have something to say about that one. Not really sure what he can say or do, though, as he's got absolutely no support. And we'll just be able to farm the mid wave. The Licor with some pretty significant farm now, going for the Agnum Scepter, giving them an extra 3 hits. Not too bad, not too bad. Most importantly, though, it's going to allow him to suck someone into that. I think it will not actually remove the Wukong's command, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not sure, though. I mean, Disruption doesn't, so I would imagine, because Phoenix, much like Disruption, are kind of very similar in the way that they treat the hero in terms of where they are on the map, or more specifically where they aren't, I suppose, because you're untargetable, unkillable, blah, 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 when you're in Supernova. It's the same thing in Disruption. Although your debuffs are not removed when you're disrupted, crucially. Dark Mago in trouble. They're going to smoke to him as that Sven Bolt, I think it'll chase him. Yeah, they have vision on him. Look at this. They chased him down. Knew exactly where he was going. They got his number, and, well, they got his life now as well. 80 seconds. That Dark Mago is now dead for this Ember Spirit. That means this tier 2 tower down bottom, although it has very little HP anyway. He's not going to be able to muster a defense. As Costabil here with the Agnum Scepter at the ready. He's got Satanic now, good to go. God's Strength. They're going to make a jump, though, onto Panda. They want her life, and, well, they're going to be able to get him. It's going to be then the 13th death on our Maiden. Plenty of wards dropped as in the trees. INS not scouted quite yet, but God's Strength now activated. They're looking for their second lane of barracks, and there's going to be the jump now onto the back lines, but Oscar gets it immediately. Yes, Mingate. They just don't stand a chance. Everyone BKBs and they live. Oh, that was just basically immediate death, and the GG will be called. Let's take a look at that death summary real quick, because the team fight not going to show up. Yep, just Sven. Doing Sven things there. Oh, show me. I didn't quite see it, unfortunately, in time. But Team Brazil, they are going to be able to take a crucial game number 3 here and relegate our Omega Gaming side to the lower bracket. We're going to be going to a short break, guys. Not too long of a break, if at all, as we're already 15 minutes behind schedule for our second series, which is Thunder Predator versus Unknown. So stick around, guys. We're going to be going to a very, very short break, and when we come back, our second and final series of the day. We'll see you then. Welcome back, everyone. Game number 2, or by that I mean series number 2 of our day 1 of playoffs here in the Movistar LPG final series. I got Thunder Predator going up against Unknown. Yeah, Thunder Predator looking real strong here overall, really. Not just in their performance,
5 seconds remaining.
pardon me, here in the LPG final series. But also, they've been making it. Oh, Wikipedia is down again. So, unfortunately, I won't be able to check and give you statistics just like that. It's a shame how it's not really a shame. It's funny how technology works, where you realize how strong or how useful something is, and then once it's gone, you go, oh man, you don't have it anymore. Very sad.
10 seconds remaining.
Yep. Wikipedia
Radiant
most
team
definitely
back.
down yet again. What are you going to do here? In any case, we have our match already underway. Thunder Predator versus Unknown. Should be a real fun one here. Thunder, though, like I've been saying, they've been looking real strong. Unknown, of course, they're no wimps either. They had
10
to...
seconds remaining.
Let's see, I'm trying to remember what group they were
5
from now. I
seconds remaining.
believe they were from Group A, so they wouldn't have had to face Beast Coast. But either way, very strong teams here, the both of them.
Radiant team pick.
As far as I am aware of, we don't have any stand-ins for this match. It always gets a little bit easier to tell. I know for a fact that no one on Unknown is missing. I recognize all their names. It's a bit more difficult when their names are...
10 seconds
well,
remaining.
frankly, in different languages. So we're going to have to wait and see until we load in before we can notice if everyone from Thunder is present and accounted for. But I'd be surprised if that wasn't the case. Trying to just check the Twitter here. No, nothing I could see. Nothing I could see.
Dire team pick.
Wind Ranger at your service.
The case, Windrunner going to come out. Snapfire, of course, to counter the Undying. PA, so far unchecked. Early game, Earth Spirit Snap can make quick work of her, especially with all the magic damage you have. But late game, you're going to need a little bit something more. So we're looking
10
for a
seconds
decent
remaining.
core-to-core matchup here. Already banned out is the
5 seconds
Slardar.
remaining.
Unsurprisingly, Timber and Veno as well do decently to keep the PA away from creeps in the lane, which is obviously very incredibly annoying towards her. And also, my goodness, do all these heroes move so much. Look at PA. She's like an Invoker with his hands. Like, calm down. Same thing with Windrunner. Like, why are you moving your arms so much? Maybe your arms wouldn't twitch so much, Windrunner, if you didn't have the bow in tension constantly. You know how hard it is to string a bow? I mean, I got no clue, but I imagine it's real difficult. She would know. Anyway. I mean, for Mortimer, it makes sense. I mean, this little guy is such a cutie.
Radiant
But, like,
team
Unknown, what is it going to be? The Axe? That's not too bad. You always run the risk of just getting yourself crit to death late game when the PA just has way too much damage for you. But it's good lockdown, piercing BKB, and it's really good setup here. You don't, in my opinion, have the greatest lineup for Mirana. You can slot one in if you want to run the Snapfire mid or Snapfire off lane. Well, probably not off lane now, right? If you want to run the Snapfire mid, and then needed to pick a different position 5, so you might be able to get away with it, but it's not worth picking here. So, what do you pick here then? I would
10
actually just
seconds
pick your mid. Two picks to protect it here. I think is going to be your best shot, to be honest. It's always a bit
5
scary when your enemies have last pick, so maybe the strat here is... Actually, I'm curious now. I wonder if they're going to adjust Captain's Draft in the new patch. I don't think there's necessarily anything I'd like to see changed. I honestly, I don't think I'm quite smart enough to really suggest anything there. I just know last pick feels really strong right now. I don't know what you would change about it, though, to be quite honest. Maybe if you changed first pick...
Dire team banned.
Maybe if you change first pick to having first... Well, I don't know. First pick overall and then fourth pick overall seems really strong, though. I don't know if you can get away with that. I don't know. I'm sure Valve, they know much better than me. I'm not going to really put much input there. So the Sven will come through, then decent quarter-core matchup with the PA. Like I said, you pick your carry here. You live the mid lane, Snapfire, a little bit ambiguous, so that Thunder Predator, they have to ban with that into consideration. Whereas with Thunder Predator, their lineup a lot more standard. You can run the Windrunner in a 4 role, I suppose, but you know it's a mid-runner, Windrunner mid at least. Very, very likely. Bloodseeker in the off lane, PA safe lane. Very, very standard stuff here.
Radiant team ban. Dire team ban.
Unfortunately, unknown without last pick. Otherwise, not a terrible OD game. Not the best one, but not a terrible OD game. With the Windrunner, it's a little bit less fun, for sure. And, of course, not having last pick really being the difference maker there, but still. DP being the ban, so everyone just probably banning mid laners here.
5 seconds
I don't know what you would pick anymore, though, for unknown to try and run a sort of flex. I have the feeling you want a ranged hero as a core, though. I don't know if you want tri-melee against a PA. Feel like you're asking for a little bit of a bad time. Yeah, she closes the gap anyway, but forcing her to close the gap and using an ability in maybe not such an efficient way is perhaps a difference maker in team fights, really, that you should be able to consider during the draft. I just don't know, really, of any ranged mid laners besides the Pugna, actually. Pugna, Veno, Viper, Lina, always banned. TA still in the pool. Not excellent, though, here. Not terrible. Not too bad. Windrunner kind of chews through her really quickly if she gets the focus fire off, though, is the issue. But then you're using focus fire basically for refraction. I mean, if you have MKB, though, you're always doing damage. I don't know. It's not great. It's not amazing. Bloodseeker Rupture as well is a real big issue because you do take damage for every single basically time you move, so you melt refraction in no time. Wouldn't be the craziest thing. I mean, we saw Sven TA kind of fail before, though, so I think it's just a combo that's not super amazing, just because both heroes are in the jungle for, well, not a similar amount of time, but for a decent amount of time. TA, at least until 15, 16 minutes, ideally, especially, I mean, it depends. In a game like this, I don't know if you can burst Windrunner. No, I feel like the matchup's too bad versus PA and Windrunner. Yeah, so they are going to go for the Mirana. Interesting. Interesting. I did call that. Look at me knowing how unknown drafts sometimes. So they are going to run the Snapfire mid. It's another Mirana hero, or another Mirana game, which I'm fine with. I think it's...
10 seconds.
Well, hold your horses here, because it might not be a Snapfire mid after all, right?
5 seconds.
Let's go ahead and chill. Because we still could see an Earth Spirit mid. We still could see... I mean, Thunder Predator played Earth Spirit mid, I think, against Beast Coast and beat him with it. Right, it could be Earth Spirit mid. It could be Snapfire mid. In a weird world, it could be Mirana mid. I think Mirana offlane may be more likely. In fact, almost certainly Mirana 4. I mean, it depends here. I mean, we could go on till the cows come home here and talk about the different positions these heroes could play in. But ultimately, it's going to depend on the last pick here of Thunder Predator, and they will decide for Carl, the Invoker. Leo style, of course, a very difficult hero to difficult guy to lane against, and it will be a mid lane Earth Spirit. They decide a Roboseta then on the mid lane Earth Spirit versus the Invoker. Honestly, you might be able to get away with a Quas Exhort this game, especially with Sladin on the support Windrunner. I could see it. It's a decent setup for a Sunstrike. Pretty easy to land, especially in the laning stage. You almost always have, well, if someone's low enough to Sunstrike, you're going to have vision on them thanks to Thirst. Sometimes that can be a little bit of a double-edged sword, because yes, you have the vision, but the enemies also, especially at this skill level, are keenly aware that you have vision, so that always affects the way that they juke. I don't know. I could see... Man, Axe really looks like an orc in this one, doesn't he? I don't know. I think it depends on a lot of how this game goes. I do like this last pick, Morana, but I think Thunder have responded really well with it here, to be honest. I'm not sure if they're concerned. I don't want to say whatsoever, but I don't know if they're really too concerned with this draft. The Invoker's a good one. He's always really great against Sven just because he kites him out. Again, I really would like to see the Quasix Void Invoker here. I think that's got a lot of strength here. We shall see as we're going to get underway with our first game of our next best of 3 series. Which team will be dropped down? It looks like Lugia. Which team will be dropped down to face Omega Gaming in the Movistar LPG Final Series? And which team will move on already? No, is it Grand Finals already? Let me think here. No, it would be Upper Bracket Finals, which is still pretty darn good. Which team guaranteed 3rd place at least? Of course, with only 4 teams moving on into our playoffs, I mean, that's still a bottom half finish. But hey, I think you're going to be pretty happy with that $20,000 US at stake here in the tournament. And I think both teams here really could use a fair share of either of those. I mean, I could. Minos beginning to cut down trees here as he's preparing already for the pull. Ward to be able to scout that out from unknown, though, early on. Oh, you know what I can't wait for? I can't wait for map changes. I cannot wait for map changes. Will Clarkson be on the scene to report for this game? He will. He absolutely will. He almost always is these days. Nearing retirement, at least we hope, as he's honestly in the office just too darn much, you know. You ever work an office job with someone that's just been there for too long? And I mean, this story for me is quite real, though. They start talking to you, and then you go, oh my lord, I don't know, I feel like I mean, goodness me. You work with some old people sometimes in offices, and it's like, is this how business really used to be done? My goodness.
Squeak. Did I hear a squeak?
Anyway, yeah, what I was about to say was I can't actually wait until we see map changes. I think, of course, they're going to, like, remove... What tree do I think is going to be gone? I suspect maybe this tree is going to be removed. I think this one, I can't ping. I can't do anything on the map. I think this tree right here, he's a goner. I think, what tree here? Ice Frog does not want to make a path here, but he always wants to leave a tree ready to be cut down. So maybe some of these trees get moved around. I think... Probably the camps are going to be shuffled slightly, especially here and here and here. I think this terrain is interesting, but it just makes it so hard to gank Radiant side. I mean, look how easy it is to gank Dire, relatively speaking. I mean, what's the drawbacks? I guess I mean, especially if you, who cuts down these trees? But you got to approach from such a tight angle here. This side, you only have vision thanks to this ward, so you normally don't have vision past these trees, and you only have a little bit here. It's just so easy to gank Dire is the issue. But it is easier to farm, though, so that is kind of the balance there. Yeah, this Radiant jungle is not too great. Radiant jungle quite nerfed here. It's so hard to double stack here. Stacking Dire is as easy as apple pie pretty much, especially if you're on any ranged hero essentially. Stacking this camp, a lot more difficult, especially because this is just an easy camp compared to, 2 medium camps that you can stack instead. It's just worth it. Yeah, I think this is cool, but I think it needs to get reworked. It's just so hard to gank Radiant.
The battle begins.
As we will be getting underway at last. Blightstone up for our Windrunner. I fully expect at least a Ring of Protection here for Sacred. Of course, he knows what's coming. Wu is not going to be as fortunate. He's only got brown boots, of course, on the support, so he needs to save a bit more money before he can get anything of that sort. But he's going to TP now bottom, actually. As, see what they can get going here. Flavian is going to eat a lot of damage. Might just be dead. Windrun level 1 is already been scouted. Has it in another second, so we'll be off away to safety as they will silence up Yadomi. Wu doesn't really care what lane he's in, to be honest, because the enemy team has no... actually, they have 3 strength heroes. What am I going on about? So he probably wants to be down bottom here. And it's going to be the easiest for him right now, just forcing away Wiz. Roboseta is going to suffer a little bit in these early levels. It's Quaswex Invoker. I think that's the smart thing to do, but I really like seeing the Chad Quas Exhort Invoker. You don't see it every day. There's a reason for it, though. You just need a little bit of early momentum here that, you know, Quas Exhort is not going to give you this game being here, right? So I think the Quaswex is definitely the smart decision. Can't fault him for doing that whatsoever. Nice little play here by Wiz, by the way, who walks all the way over here and then goes, sick, I'm going to TP on back. I know you TP'd down here, so you're not going to be able to really do anything. And I'm going to be here, and, well, I'm also not going to do too much either, unfortunately, which kind of just soaking experience. But could have made something happen there, potentially. As Yadomi is having a pretty crappy time here versus Ladin. By the way, it is Full Thunder Predator, in case it's not apparent. You got Minos, you got Sacred. It's not Kotaro. It's not other anime name that he sometimes uses. 0-0, yes indeed. Game number 1. You haven't missed much, Adam. Bottom. Wu in trouble here. Needs to be a little careful, as this courier will end up dropping first. Of course, quite the tanky hero here, but no one's really that tanky, Wu, so he will die. Loses his courier and his life, unfortunately. I believe he got his items delivered, though. Uh-oh, Rolling Boulder is going to miss. Roboseta is going to eat an attack out from the tower. Tornado, of course, will not dodge that one for him. But Roboseta, is he dead? He's got enough damage or HP for now to live. Not a whole lot of damage on Quaswex Invoker, of course, early on. Especially in the early levels, can be quite difficult to come by that damage. But some Thirst movement speed definitely given in top lane. They're making good use of that. They're not going to hit anything with the Blood Right, though. And in fact, they will hit Sacred now with a cookie. Scatter Blast has already been utilized here with the right clicks alone. They might have this kill. Bottle up on Sacred, though, is Sladin turning and delivering death onto our poor little Snapfire. Style mid lane, looks like he has had a combo connected on him by Earth Spirits. And he's going to be able to knock him down to about a third HP with those Quas Orbs. Of course, you will be able to live a lot longer. Yeah, the thing is about Earth Spirit is he does nuke damage, but like his cooldowns are real long, especially early on. I mean, this cooldown 18 seconds, right? Currently, what are you at? 12 regen per second times 18 is a number I do not know, but it is a lot. Let me Google it because it's kind of important to the point I'm trying to make.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
It's over 200 HP, of course, not reduced. Whereas this does, you know, 235 damage. I mean, it's hardly even worth doing the combo here, to be honest. But you know, you got to keep the pressure up versus the Quaswex Invoker. Otherwise, he does kind of get out of control. You got to force him to use his spells and whatnot. It's kind of the idea. As Wu is going to have to walk all the way home. He's going to TP back in eventually. Nice turn activated for Roboseta. Good points about map. Who gets a buff this patch? I don't know who gets a buff this patch. I don't really know. Probably Bounty Hunter. I think Dazzle has just absolutely no place in Dota right now. He's basically just a crappy Oracle, like, honestly. I think his ulti is a little bit interesting. Maybe would have liked Weave a little bit better. The old Weave, anyway, compared to, what is it now, Bad Juju, which is fun, but, like, the only reason that Dazzle was ever in meta was because he was just good at carrying Necrobook 1 and pushing. Back in pushing was so good. There's the reason we don't see him anymore is because the game is slowed down. He's no longer going to be useful, by the way. I mean, because they didn't even nerf Necro 1, I believe. They might have, I think, maybe removed an aura from the Archer because the Archer was OP, but I don't know. Yeah, Bounty is real bad. I'd like to see Pudge be at least viable in some scenarios. I just never see him being picked. I think Flesh Heap needs a little bit of a rework. Like, you know, if someone picks in Sven in my games, I go, oh man, he's going to ruin my game, right? Not because he is a Pudge picker and because I think he's going to grief. It's just like the hero's so bad. A lot of people are thinking Tinker. A lot of people on my timeline, I follow a lot of smart Dota people, are thinking Tinker. It's about time for another Tinker patch. That might not be too fun, but if Bounty Hunter gets any sort of buffs and Tinker gets any sort of buffs, I think we're going to see the return of that. In case you're not aware of, it's tracking rocket flares go burr. Or homing missiles, I think they're called, right? We'll see here, though. I think it's going to depend a lot on the eco changes, if they decide to make any. I don't think the eco is too bad. I mean, they have slowed down the game quite a bit artificially. Maybe we could do with a little bit more assist goals. Bottom lane, though, we might have some action. No, it's just Drakil. He's just doing axe things. It's actually mid, where Leo Style nearly takes a death. Rolling Boulder is going to miss, but it will be enough to refresh at least the Magnetized. Slavine in trouble now. We have another Boulder Smash at the ready. It's going to miss, but it will refresh yet again. That's the important part, into a little short arrow, and that's going to be 2 kills in the mid lane here in favor of Unknown. We even have Yodomi to refill the HP there of our Earth Spirit with the healing salve. Bot lane, of course, they can afford to make that double rotation, thanks to the fact that the Drakil is all good alone bottom. Versus the PA especially. Ooh, ate the blood right damage there, Berna. You might be in trouble. You got enemies on the way. We need to save a cookie here to cancel it. Oh, okay, maybe now he can just... Oh, wait. I'm looking at the wrong team here. I apologize. Long stun, though. Berna easily able to get the kill onto Sacred. As Unknown, they're going to get a kill top lane as well. Call here is not going to do too much. 1-2-2 build here on Axe. Who else is going to get a buff, though? That's a really good question, to be honest. That's a really good question. I hope they don't nerf Earth Spirit. I think he's pickable if you have a good Earth Spirit player, which I think is perfect. Mirana's going to get nerfed real big. Can't wait for that. The hero's too good. I've talked about that enough in previous streams, so if you ever watch the VODs, I'm pretty sure, oh, yeah, we get it. This guy doesn't like Mirana. Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. Bottom. We're going to be okay. I'd like to see the offlane get a little bit of love, or just the offlane position, if that makes sense. Because right now, I feel like you only pick an offlaner to just counter the carry, which is like, well, duh, what do you think? I mean, like, I'd like to see, like, Axe, for example, right here. He's going to be in trouble, by the way, as actually he's going to be A-okay. With the Ring of Hell, he's really tanky. Because right now, I feel like you only pick an offlaner. The main consideration is he good at canceling the enemy safe laner? That's it. It's just a super carry-based meta. So maybe you fix that instead. I was hoping for a bash there. It's a good move. I like it. Maybe you fix that by reducing the importance of a carry in the game. Because right now, I think the carry is the utmost important thing in Dota 2 right now. That hasn't always been the case. Sometimes it's been the mid laner. Sometimes it's... I would never say it was the offlaner, but you get what I'm saying. It was always kind of more top-heavy in the positions 1 and 2, as of course Dota always was. However, I think right now it's just way too much there. I mean, you got basically heroes solo carrying the game. You got your Svens, your PA. I mean here in this game, right? Sven PA, which against PA, maybe in trouble, as Rolling Boulder is going to miss, but Roboset still in range there to apply the Magnetize. Needs to be able to refresh it, and now he's got a zombie little horde going to be chasing after him. Rupture, 5 heroes down bottom from the side of Thunder Predators. Roboset looking for a kill onto 1 at least. Lifted by the tornado, brought back down. We're going to refresh at least one more time here. Everyone's slowed as well, gathering around to sing a little song, but they will be able to stay alive. Woo on a sliver of HP maybe, but still definitely alive. He'll take it. That is going to be then our 10-minute mark. We'll switch over to net worth. Kind of a long laning stage this time around. Didn't really break apart quite too early as Yadomi looking for the kill onto Slavi. Needs one more. Will find it. And now, oh, great tornado actually. Is somehow Leo able to get off the stun, but the arrow unfortunately might condemn him. Do they have the detection? They do. We need a little bit more damage, and we don't quite have it. Instead, Drakil was looking for the kill onto Sacred. Doesn't find maybe even either, as Sacred still has a tier 1 available to defend him. That is going to be a tough fight there for Unknown. He's going to dunk the courier and go, you know what? I didn't kill you, but I will kill your courier. That was a bit of a tough fight, however, as of course Unknown, they were probably expecting a little bit more out of that one. They did lose their mid laner for basically nothing and then only pick up the position 4 for their own position 5. So, you know, it's not much better of a trade. And, you know, you probably could have gotten at least one of those if Dracul just focused on the one. It looks like they tried to split and go for both, but that allows not only Minos to live, but also Leo Style to live, which is a big problem because he's killing your bottom laners now, as Berna is already dead. Sacred as well as taking a drop at the very least to start off this engagement, which, you know, is something here for the side of Unknown, but already they're beginning to struggle. Dracul will be pinged there by the power shot. Zombies can actually lead you to spin. How fast these guys are. They can spin, and even though they give 0 gold on bounty, you can get Grievel's Greed off of them. A little fun fact for you. Anyway, we'll move on here. Talk a little bit more about this game specifically, and why the carries are just so darn important, right? PA actually going for a Battle Fury this game, so hoping to scale, which is important when you're up against a Sven, who, of course, is going to be maxing that Greater Cleave. Is it Greater Cleave? It's just Great Cleave, not Greater Cleave. Greater Cleave is his father. But, yeah, I mean, it's basically all in the hands there. I mean, even look at this mid laner, right? Both mid laners are definitely utilitarian mid laners. You know, I mean, what do you, it's Quasquex especially. This guy at least will turn into a carry given the farm later on, but knowing Leo style, what is it going to be like a Vessel, BKB, maybe Solar Crest, and then Ags? Maybe. It's just Solar Crest is so good because it buffs your core. Rod of Atos is a fantastic item here. You need some TP cancel. Right now you rely on Shackle, Tornado, and once a Basher comes up, a Basher. That's definitely a very big problem with this Thunder Predator lineup is we actually don't have a very reliable stun. Shackle Shot will at least cancel a TP, or for that matter, any channeled ability, including, and the noteworthy one this game, of the Kisses. So it'll get that job done at least, but you don't really just have a casual of a stun as, you know, the Stormhammer. By the way, there's top lane, tower taken by Minos. He does have full power treads. He's going to be looking to finish off his Battle Fury here in approximately this minute. So 13 minutes is a very respectable timing for sure. If we take a look at Dracul, he is going to be going from Vanguard first. Makes a lot of sense versus Windrunner, versus a Bloodseeker even. And especially, of course, versus the PA early on. Kiss is raining down. Interesting decision. Wu is going to run right at her is the call. They have now found Leo style. Tornado lifting 2 before the rolling boulder comes on through. Will it save the life of Leo, though, is the question. We have a dunk ready, but silence and stun. It's Dracul. Can't get off anything here. There's a little bit of spinning. As you can see, courtesy of the Vanguard, he is living a lot longer. Cookie just missing Slathen, but will secure the kill there onto Dracul. Now Slathen stuns 1 and is looking to run, but he doesn't really get to have too much fun there, as he will end up dying there to the likes of Wish, but Minos continues to farm. He's already pushed this top wave, so doesn't really make much sense for him to be pushing top any longer. Mid lane's a bit too dangerous. His team's going to ping out a DD rune for him at the very least, but it's a 1 for 4, so a tough engagement there for Thunder Predator to try and recover from.
Twice the strike.
Especially as a Sven who, yeah, he's not ready to farm right now, but especially compared to a PA, he'll fight. Sorry, I misspoke. Especially compared to a Sven, who is not quite ready to fight right now. But when compared to a PA, he'll do it. He'll do what needs to be done. Mid lane, Robosita in some trouble as he tries to roll away, but is unable to. Instead, he's just going to have to walk the old-fashioned way. They're going to go for a little hook maneuver as they see Slathen, but they don't want Slathen. There's level 1 meatball being used. Smokes are a break-in as they're not really going to be able to catch up. They will at least zone them away from the bounty runes. They also block the ancients there. Not really sure if that was intended or not. We'll say it was intended because coming now back to farm is Minos, who now has, of course, that Battle Fury up. Is at it for 2 minutes. Now nearly has a Desolator. Needs another 200 gold plus another 1,600 for the 2 Mithril Hammers, and I'll be good to go. Empty Urn, though, is a bad start for Leo style, or, well, a bad start to fight, because overall he's had a pretty decent start. Unfortunately, you know, Invoker just really doesn't farm is the problem, especially on the Quas Wex. He needs to fight. And although early on we were getting plenty of good engagements, it's been a while since we've had one in favor of our Grand Magus. Actually, that's, of course, what is this guy? I don't know. The Invoker, we'll just call him. Yodomi may be in trouble. Tombstone drop. The MP not catching anyone, though. Beautiful Shackle, though. Will connect on the two. Even silencing, actually, onto both. Wu, however, has probably gone a bit too deep. Arrow is going to split the gap there, sailing through, not finding anyone, but 2 urn charges now in possession there of our Invoker. Joining the fight, though, is Berna. He's going to go ahead and 2-hit there. The Tombstone is Minos. He will be revealed now. Roboro Septa. I mean, he's tier 2 tower. Nice 2-man silence. Leaping forward is Wish. They want to try and kill something, but everyone kind of just too full on HP right now. 2 free kills thus far in the EH for Thunder Predator. Sacred will return back to the mid lane and continue to push. Great aggressive vision here from Unknown. It's going to scout Sacred running down at bottom. Even better vision from Thunder Predator is going to scout Unknown, scouting on scouting our Bloodseeker running bottom, and that's not going to be too successful of a kill attempt there. Berna is going to be deviating ever so slightly from the pretty standard Sven builds. Rather than going straight into the BKB, he will be instead opting for the Aghanim Scepter. We'll see how it pays off for him this game. We do have a lot of physical damage that'll just go on through a BKB anyway. Rupture, of course, quite notable in that regard as well. So that's something to definitely be careful of as a Sven. But I think that's the reason why we're not seeing the BKB early on. Radovatos then finally finished for our Bloodseeker, so we can now finally reliably silence someone, especially Morana is not too bad. Earth Spirit is especially good with the Blood Right. Tier 2 is beginning to drop. Already 4-4 found here for one side. They just farmed them so darn efficiently as there's Minos. He farmed a stack or something. He's going to find plenty. Let's take a look real quick at what we got. People's Gift Embrace, very nice. Of course, the Shawl, interestingly enough, going to the Windrunner. As we see a few different items. Dragon Scale particularly strong on our Kaolin. Grove Bow, no one really did take great advantage of that. I'm surprised they don't want to give it to the bottom for now, though they like the tree. But it's a happy little tree, of course. Just a nice Bob Ross reference. There's Death Solo completed, though, so immediately the team wastes no time. They're going to go into Roach. They waste a little bit of time because actually an Ogreax on the way, but they decided it wasn't ready to fight. Something wasn't ready to fight anyway. Smoke up, though, actually into the Moonlight Shadow. They only stun one there with the Shackle Shot. Maybe we're hoping for 2, but the Tombstone on the high ground doing great work now, allowing Minos to freely get that kill. Superman Sven, here he comes, though. Good damage onto Minos. They need a little bit more. Disarmed as well by the Deafening Blast for a long time here. It's going to be Berna. He is going to be controlled. Gets the kill into 1, nearly 2 there with the Cleave. Drakil with the Blink Dagger, not able to find really too many important targets. So far, only Wu is the only kill that Unknown have managed to get. They nearly lose as well Sacred for Yodomi, who would still die, actually. Tornado might have even caught him as well. Because now that's 3, could be 4. It's a beautiful Shackle there into the very spicy meatball now onto Drakil. A fully upgraded vessel now is going to be doing plenty of damage. Need a little bit more. He might just take down alone. Dodges a Sunstrike quite deftly. He's alive for now, and he blinks away, but Minos with the dagger is going to be able to secure the kill. That is not a full team wipe, of course, because Wiz is the only person to continue living throughout of that. They don't finish Roche quite yet. He's still around 3/4 HP. Invoker, he has some spells still ready to go, though. I don't think Unknown can afford to fight this, especially without their axe. They might think about trying to steal it, though. Yes, of course. Yeah, it's not going to be... No, it's too difficult. And now perhaps Wish, who, oh, by the way, already has Guardian Greaves. What the heck? This is a position 4.
I
mean, to be fair, it's Guardian Greaves and a Wand. That's it. So not too bad, not too great, but, you know, is noteworthy because it's 2,000 ahead of the enemy position 4, and also you're only 600 gold away from your mid laner, so, yeah, what the heck? The thing is, of course, and again, you know if you listened to BCast before, and I'm sorry, but you're going to have to hear it one more time if you already heard it. Mirana just farms ridiculous. Look at this. Arrow off cooldown, that's a creep dead. I'm going to farm a creep. There's nothing you can do about it. It's going to be mine. I'm going to look for this big creep to make sure I'm efficient with my experience, and I'm going to farm it. And that's why I have Guardian Greaves only when it's in on the position 4. Oh, run as fast as you can, little Snapfire. You poor little thing, you cute little Mortimer. Unfortunately, killed by the Ruthless Invoker. Wow, Quaswex really just disarm you for 6.5 seconds. That is pretty strong. Dispellable, of course, but right now our Sven doesn't have a single one of those. Needs that BKB. But a very scary sign is that the PA has now overtaken our Sven. It's not all quote-unquote effective net worth, though. You have to remember in a comparison like this that Sven, it doesn't cost him anything to have cleave, whereas for our PA it costs her, what, like 4,300 or something like that. So it's an important thing to know, but not really such a big difference maker. It's still damage, right? What? It's a lot of damage now. 45, I think? 55 damage. Of course, the HP regen is not bad, and the mana given by the Void Stone is especially nice, too. But, so that's something important to consider, right? It's not a terrible item. In fact, it might even be too strong now that everyone and their mother is going for a freaking Battle Fury, but it's the only way to speed up the game, so everyone's decided that it's a good enough item these days. BKB completed for Minos, though. There's an exciting item.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I do wonder why the active is called Avatar, though. Minos jumping in. Axe calling someone on the back lines, but immediately blown up is going to be Yadomi. As, oh, Drakil, he's got this one wrong, unfortunately, trying to sneak around onto the back lines, but Thunder Predator, they're going to be a bit too difficult for that maneuver, and that'll end up with 2 kills here, favoring Minos. He's going to turn now onto the tier 2 tower, and this will then be some stronger push coming through. Bonus attack speed, really what you're looking for overall on a hero like the PA, where you have infrequent but large bursts of damage. There we go, critting for 1,300, just in case you didn't believe me for some reason.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's middle tower
can see
is
here.
under attack.
Going for the mid-tier 2 tower, PA, and a very good position here. 1k net worth lead, slightly favoring Unknown here. A lot of that is on our Sven, who now nearly has the BKB. Unfortunately, just realistically can't fight without it. Otherwise, the Invoker, especially a Quaswex Invoker, just kind of bodies him. 6.5 second disarm is no joke for him.
Dire are scanning. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Tornado is going to catch 2 heroes. That's going to give enough time for Minos to almost kill a cat. Drakil, in the meantime, really likes locking down a Wu. Sunstrike is going to miss. In the meantime, though, they will jump onto Roboseta. He's got a couple arrows heading his way, but none of them actually are going to be doing too much damage. In fact, really, yeah, none of them. They will catch Widge, but he's the only one to fall. But the important thing to note is now we see Thunder Predator finally take a lead here in terms of net worth. Berna has finished farming at least the BKB, so they're ready for a fight now. Our Sven with his 4th item. No one ever counts boots, which I think is kind of BS, especially because I think they count. 1,400 gold for boots is pretty expensive. I mean, I don't know. You're gonna tell me 1,400 is not good enough, but like you get add another 800 and that's fine for an item. Vessel completed on our Earth Spirit, as this is a good time for Unknown to fight without Aegis here. Smoke has broken, though. It's, of course, Minos just walking around invis. Him, I don't even know he broke it. Invis Rune just regular active here for Sacred as Minos will be scouted. They need to try and jump him though. BKB activated by Minos. Burns a couple of seconds here unnecessarily, but it's not going to matter too much. Leo style getting jumped on though by Berna. They need to keep locking him down. Great silence should ensure the kill there. A dunk now as well will lock down Sacred. Minos is going to be looking for more action though as they have locked down Drakil thanks to a nice little shackle shot there. There's some more damage on Minos and he's dead just like that. Would you look at that? In today's question of which hero is more balanced, Sven or PA, currently the answer is Sven. Gets a great initiation there onto Minos. It has a basher, by the way, but simply a rolling boulder, really ending the life there of our Phantom Assassin. And now Leo Style, who I believe is bought back in this engagement, in a lot of trouble here. If they can catch him, that is. Kind of unlikely. Yeah, 3 buybacks already in that fight. One on Sacred, one on Leo, and one on Yodomi, who's like, I want to buy back too. It looks like fun.
Death tax.
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Sven, more than willing to eat a couple hits out of the tier 2 tower now that he's feeling a bit stronger. Going next into the MKB. He will do a little bit more damage to that PA. That'll help solve that issue a little bit.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Of course, if you cleave off something else, you don't need to carry. You don't need to worry about if you hit your targets or not. Which with Guardian Greaves completed, now going back for the Solar Crest. Leo Style, yes indeed. I was on the money basically with the build here, and this is always the problem of the Invoker. So this transition period is pretty brutal for him. Not as bad as other heroes that need to transition between builds. Like a Tiny, you know, is real bad if he goes for like a Blink Echo Saber and then decides for the Ags, because the build-up's pretty bad. Stuff like that. Better not quite farmed though here, and that's still an issue. Of course, keeping pace is going to be Minos. Very impressive stuff out from him. With the Basher, could always try and turn a fight decisively in his favor. On a scale of 1 to 10, how overpowered will the new hero be? Honestly, I think a lot of the newer heroes have been underwhelming upon release. Depends if she's a support, she's going to be busted. If she's a core, she's going to be probably a little bit underpowered and need some buffs. I think Ice Frog does not enjoy adding cores into the game when they're broken, especially in the mid lane or the... We haven't had a new carry in some time. I have a feeling it's a carry. I don't know. I got a feeling it's a carry. Casual 1500 crit there onto a Courier. No big deal. So I think it depends. If it's an offlaner, the hero is going to be meh. If it's a carry or a mid, I think it's going to be bad. If it's a position 4, it's going to be really strong. That's what I think. My not so bold prediction. More attack speed for Slavian. Why not? I think you're at the attack speed cap there, my dear. 93. I don't know if you can go any higher. Tier 2 taken. No resistance shown by the Thunder Predator side, though. Need to get a Fortify out from that little engagement, as they're going to be looking to catch any stragglers. Unlikely to do so. They did see one TP away, though. Smoke's going to break. Sentry placed down. Wiz just out of range, however. Literally just walking right around the sentry. Don't mind me. We will look to start off Roshan. I was going to say, where are our crits, Vel? What is the chance here? 15% chance, sure. I mean, 1 in 6, I think. As Roche will fall quite quickly. Not really much they could do about that one. Tombstone dropped to try and catch any stragglers, of which there is no kill, but he's even managed to outrun the zombies. And that should be that. We're still a bit far away from Magnum Scepter on Snapfire, who is going to go ahead and get up to the high ground. BKB soon on Earth Spirit, who at this point is basically a support. Now Widge has overtaken him in terms of net worth, and actually, once that Courier respawns, we'll have a Solar Crest all ready to go on the Mirana. Again, no surprise, she's even not managing to outfarm now her own offlaner, thanks to how balanced Sacred Arrow is.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Top tier will go down. Unknown, though, with a 3K net worth lead in this game. Really a difference maker being there. 3 cores. Not too poorly farmed. Leo style still beyond the 8 ball a bit here. Not by much, but 700 gold definitely makes the difference when you're down that much here by 3. There goes the last outer tower remaining for Unknown. 4K their advantage for now. Still not enough money for the Agnum Scepter here for Yadomi, but we're getting there. Another 900 gold and we got it. MKB completed and delivered now to Sven, going next into the break. With Aegis, though, we might get some smoke on smoke action. As Unknown holding the high ground here in a very strong position. Good amount of area of control as well, should the enemies choose to engage, as they're going to know someone's smoked in that mid lane. Question is, where are they going to make the jump now? Wu, placing a ward on the high ground. Smokes will break. He's going to put down a tombstone now on the ward spot. Unknown, they make the call to back off, but Minos already engaging. Spearman Sven on the way back out, though, is Wish to be left behind here. Shackle shot into the tree. 1, 2, and 3 leap charges later. He is still dead, unfortunately. Tornado. Drakiel's like, don't worry, guys, I'll catch the tornado. He got it. Blade Mail activated, making him nice and pokey, but Minos does not care. He's going to kill him anyway. 2 kills for him. Mid lane now under siege. Minos nearly blowing up poor Yadomi. He's going to live on a sliver of HP. Sunstrike might just nuke you down, and it will. Don't walk in a straight line, kiddos. Says Leo style, as he is going to be easily able to get that kill. Solar Crest now ready, and look at this attack speed now on Minos with this. Doing a whole lot of damage. Satanic now completed for our Phantom Assassin. Nearly having enough money for the Abyssal at this point. Strakiel is going to be bashed before he can get off the Blade Mount or the guard. He gets the guard off one of the buildings, but he's going to eat a little bit of damage as well, courtesy of the Blood Rights. He'll only live it a lot longer here at the very least. It's not going to be long enough, though. Eventually, PA's damage is going to be too powerful. Yadomi's got buyback, but really would rather save here for the Agnum Scepter. Buyback quite expensive. 683 would set you back 1 full component at this point. Top barracks down now is Wish playing a very dangerous game. Doesn't get a single crit in, but Drakiel more than makes up for it, reflecting a couple there onto Minos, who's going to go in and ouch, that hurt. Let me lifesteal back up to full HP by hitting the creep twice, and he's good to go. And just like that, 2 lanes of barracks deleted. Thunder Predator, slow and steady, wins the race. The name of the game. Actually, the name of the game is Defense of the Ancients 2, which Unknown are not doing a very good job of right now. I mean, what can they do, though? Unfortunately, they're down 3K, but it feels like a lot more at this point. Just because it is a full Protect 1. Now they're going to go on in. Minos has already blown up Wish. They're heading around the Sven. He's got a BKB active, though, and look at the splash damage. Oh, Thunder Predator. They've grouped up right around his Sven. They burned a lot of duration off of this Aegis, but look at the permastuns and it right into the dunk there. Drakiel with a double kill. And Sven doing all the dirty work there, but the glory, the honor, the titles going to Sven. Leo style with the second buyback now of the game with a nice tornado. Might save the life of Sacred. In fact, I think it does. Tombstone dropped as well, courtesy of Wu, who also buys back in this engagement. Mr. Dukio goes, yes, I wanted to run over here to farm. Thank you very much. Great fight there. Sven, I think, just doing the majority of it. Some decent. It was a good call, though. It was a good call. It was a lot more than I expected. Pure damage as well. Basically, everything that the Sven does. So, hard to really complain and ask for more there with that performance.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Welcome to our small influx of viewers. You're watching the Movistar LPG Final Series with SeekNStrike Dota. We have now Thunder Predator all of a sudden in a bit of a poor position as Invoker at his Leo side, looking to be able to cut the waves. He's still in this transition period of deciding what he wants to go for next. The BKB seemed like quite a tempting offer at first glance, but of course against the Sven and an Axe, it's maybe better to just go for the Aghanim Scepter. You just don't really have the greatest setup for a Cataclysm this game. Tombstone drop. They're going to try and force a kill or something on the Drakil. Even hit him with an aggressive core staff. You love to see it. Outside of the blood right now is Sven in trouble. That's a beautiful shackle shot onto 2. The damage not enough though. Is Berna able to get away. The Tombstone zombies though of all things, and Slythen with the auto attack getting the kill there onto 2. A costly death onto our Sven as Wiz unable to escape there. Tries to run under the cover of the Moonlight Shadow, but will be revealed, betrayed, and killed. 3 dead just like that for Unknown. Basically 3 cores as well. Oh, no, it's a mid lane Earth Spirit. Yeah, I mean, sure. Actually, wow, he's been able to farm quite well in these past few moments. I must give him more credit than I am. Yeah, he's getting quite farmed. That's a full Silver Edge, though, so we don't actually have buyback now on our Sven. What does he have? It's a full BKB, 1,500 in the bank, but does he have a bottle and a barracks? For now, the answer is yes. A little bit later, I don't think so. It's going to be up to him and the Snapfire to try and defend this one a little bit longer. That's Aghanim Scepter completed as well for the Snapfire. But what can you do? The barracks already gone. You have no Sven for 35 seconds. Your tier 4 is already basically half HP. I think this is just it. I think this is just the game, to be quite honest with you. Especially with this bonus attack. Speed Tombstone dropped, gobble up. They're going to go ahead and yeet in Roboseta. In come the kisses. We have a 3rd one alive. Minos just focusing buildings, trying to get out of this game. Drakil back alive as well with the call, unable to actually get a kill there. Minos, he's going to stop hitting the Ancient for a free kill then onto at least the Snapfire. Is lifted is going to be Roboseta, and the GG will be forced from his limp body. GG will be called. Thunder Predator take game number 1. Good game there between the two, but it will be Thunder coming out on top. Even with not too big of a net worth lead, it really did feel really confident for them, basically at all stages of the game. And for that reason, they are going to take a 1-0 lead. We're going to be going to a short break, guys. Do stick around. Game number 2 coming up in just a bit here. Let's go ahead and take a look at some stats, though, before we send it away to our break screen. So we just saw a really solid performance out from Minos that entire game. Hardly made a misstep there. 2 deaths, but you know, the entire team died along with him. So I would say that's just more a little bit of the outplay potential there. And yeah, just a strong game out from the side of Thunder. Once again, a short break, guys. We'll be back in a little bit. We'll see if they want to go back to that mid lane. Earth Spirit, unfortunately, didn't really get a lot done for them here, but we'll see as we'll be back in a bit. Oh, hello, and welcome back to potentially our last game of the day, the Movistar Liga Pro Gaming Final Series on ePulse Gaming with SeekNStrike Dota. There's a lot of articles, there's a lot of propositions there, and I propose that you stick around and watch us a little bit more, guys. We got a pretty good series here. Unknown versus Thunder, game one. A pretty in control of Thunder. In control of Thunder. I don't think they ever lost control of that game, even if they were down a little bit in net worth. They just kind of had a game plan. They stuck to it, and then well played. They come out the victor. We'll see here if Unknown are going to throw something different at them, and the answer is not really. Io Sven, their Slardar lane is not immediately, to me, looking like a very good lane with the Drow Ranger already picked up. Undying does decently as well. I mean, with 3 strength heroes, he's going to have a pretty fun time. You also got to make sure, is the Timbersaw banned? It is. Very, very good decision here for Unknown. Otherwise, they'd be in for a terrible time.
Radiant team pick.
Oracle pickup now for Unknown. Disarm great against Drow. Lots of healing. Although, what is it? Is this an Io Slardar lane then? Or are you going to win the Oracle with the Slardar? I'm always really confused on when teams do this. Pardon me. Either way, a lot of healing. Lots and lots of healing.
5 seconds remaining.
There's not really room either in the draft here for something like an AA, unfortunately. Doesn't really just seem too realistic here.
Radiant team banned.
Tide Hunter.
Tide's a good pick. Good team fight presence. Decent against the Io Sven lane. The minus armor combined with Willow is a lot of damage. Willow with a pretty good attack speed. That little fairy.
10 seconds remaining. Dire team banned. Ten seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Yes. We'll be looking out for our last bans. Both teams looking like we need a mid laner, almost certainly. Hunter Predator sure as heck need one. Unknown, yeah, both teams need mid laners. So Viper and, of course, the Void Spirit banned out. Earth Spirit, in case you wanted to try that one. Again, Lina, Kunkka, and the Invoker with still 2 bans to go. So lots of mid laners already out of the pool.
Dire team ban.
Yes, there's another one. The Puck. Interesting. Puck. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense here. The coil combo. Into Gust can always break. Storm Spirit. So Ember still in the pool. Who else is picked all the time? Pugna. Lesh actually has managed to sneak through. I don't know. I feel like for Thunder, you might need a bit more burst. Maybe you deny and pick the Lesh because it's really strong against the Tide Hunter.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Lesh isn't bad. Lesh isn't bad. I wouldn't mind it for either side just because the hero is really strong. If not Lash, I don't know what else you could go with here.
Dire team pick.
Lash, Ember, the SF. Okay, that's an interesting pick here. Kind of a hard to counterpick the SF with the bands that we've already gotten, notably Lena, TA as well out of the pool, and I forgot to mention that one. Puck would have been fun to watch, but that one is, I would say these days, a bit more Puck favored just because we see a lot more Blink Yule's SF than before, which Puck is particularly good at
5
avoiding.
seconds remaining. Choose your hero.
I don't know how I feel about that Zeus pick. We don't really have a great tombstone hitter, is the problem for Unknown. It's good damage in the lane, great against the Tide, decent against the Drow because you can actually pressure her from afar. But the only person to really put any pressure whatsoever before the Aghanim Scepter BKB for Berna is going to be the Drakil, which is a bit of a problem. You can always force a little bit of shenanigans with a relocate if you relocate behind and manage to actually reload behind a Drow Ranger. By the way, I don't know if I like this. I don't know if I like the Shadow Fiend set. So it's really, I think I'm on the side of yes, I do like it. Makes him look a little bit like some sort of cursed Treant Protector, which I guess is the whole point. The good news, though, is this off lane is going to be pretty easy for Thunder. Mid lane, Leo style should be able to farm at least some stacks. It could be, I don't know, this could be the 2-0. On the other hand, you do have, of course, Io Sven, Slardar, which has been basically picked, I think, every single game. We have had today a nice little save as well for your Sven, not to mention already having the Wisp. You have a redundant save, which is going to make really killing the Sven even more difficult. This is going to be a fun one. There's not a real clear winner of this draft, in my opinion, here, either side. I just hope both sides have fun.
Prepare for battle.
No, but seriously, I don't really see such a clear winner in terms of draft here. People are convinced Io Sven is an instant win. I'm not really. You get 2 kills onto the Sven between 20 to 30 minutes, and his game is basically over. He's very momentum based. Especially if he dies in a team fight using God's Strength, it's GG. But I don't know. I mean, we got some pretty good AoE, just kind of disruptors here in the side of Thunder Predator. Not the actual hero, of course, but heroes that achieve very similar, right? Combo breakers, if you will. You got yourself a Tide Hunter. You got yourself a Drow, even with a Gust, is real annoying. A Terrorize. A Tombstone can be really bad as well for them this game. Hell, even, of course, probably the best one of all is going to be Requiem with a Fear that's applied after you get hit by the souls, right? How long is the Fear duration? 0.8 seconds for each line hit. Got it. I don't know. I'm not really sure that this is going to be such a free game for Unknown as some people are saying. They have some real serious combo breakers on the side of Thunder Predator. Thunder, they know how to position themselves in fights. They know when and where to fight. They're really strong. That's really their forte, but we'll see here. We're just hoping to scout anything he can find. He's maybe now going to get eyes on the Drow Ranger, as they will be able to say hello to each other and go for a nice little ping. So top lane, they will TP Berna on over. Maybe they were expecting a lane swap, some shenanigans there. They're not going to get anything, though. So both TPs actually committed here very early on. So it'll be the Oracle, then. I think this lane is going to be rather difficult. I mean, either lane is really too fun here. I'm surprised that they want to send Wu down here. Or sorry, make that Wish down here versus Wu.
Denied.
So he's going to be having a little bit of a tough time. Of course, Wisp, very unique, doesn't really have a turn animation. He kind of does in the sense for his attacks. He has to turn, that's why the little face is there for. But for moving, he's just free to go wherever he damn pleases. Mid lane, though, Leo style versus Robosetta. Already we have probably the first wave nuked. Indeed, you can tell, because all three back off cooldown, as well as level 2 already early on here for Leo style. Probably going to see ourselves the Arc Lightning and a static field build. We very rarely see anything else but that these days. They're fighting bottom a little bit here. With, I think, honestly, Overcharge... I really hope they don't overcharge that hard. Maybe the early levels are too good. 50 bonus attack speed is pretty busted for sure. But I think mostly the thing that needs to be nerfed with this is going to be the mana cost. It's way too cheap on mana, in my opinion. You basically always have it. And, I mean, we barely have any stats built. +2 intelligence really is all we got here. And Wisp basically always has Overcharge ready to go. All right, here he goes. Are you ready? Nice deny there by Wish. Just a bit too strong. Lots of damage in both of our mid laners, though, so not a whole lot of utility as compared to last game. Wish, bottom lane, is going to be fighting. He's going to be losing, though. Woo, plenty of HP, but not nearly enough there to fight versus Drakil, who will now be instead turning onto Minos. He's got another crush in a second. With the healing salve active, I might actually have this kill. Minos did turn around to try and cancel the salve. Unfortunately, that might spell the death of him. So he does end up getting something delivered underneath the tier 1 tower. He's going to stay alive and just barely. I think that's thanks to the Wraith Band that was freshly delivered. I give him the extra HP to live. So do another auto attack.
Not this time.
Goodness. Yeah, you gotta be careful just walking into those brambles, as they can prove to be very deadly. We're doing a pretty good job here creating space for Minos. Minos doesn't CS too well on the Draw Ranger. Very few people do. It's kind of a hard hero to actually get CS on. That was a good one, though, onto the range crew, I'm not going to lie. But again, I think the lane will be, relatively speaking, quite easy at some point of the game here. I don't really see how the Drow doesn't have a decent early game. Oh, maybe that's how. We got a bash at the ready. It'll stun 2. Crush in 1 more hit. That'll get a kill. Woo. It might have enough damage. However, yeah, Soul Rip level 2. Plenty of creep nearby. Plenty of strength stolen. That's an easy kill for him. Mid lane, we have both supports rotating over at the 420-minute point. Leo staying alive, regen root activated. He's going to be the big winner here. Making sure to use all of his raises as appropriate. As I suspect we might get another volley here onto this camp. Go ahead and hit him with the 1, 2, and a 3. Regen root to still refill you back up to full, and that's some efficient farming there for our SF. Our Zeus getting a little bit of a battle refill as well. Who's the PSG player on Unknown? I think that was just their pub name, I believe. I think that might be Sacred. But are now being forced away here, perhaps in some trouble. We got Anchor Smash level 2. Not a single point, by the way. The Kraken Shell. Not too much of a point this game. I don't know, actually. We have missed a kill. I do apologize. Yeah, it's better now. Not that it matters, right? Because that's just their pub name. But yeah, it's better now. The Dota UI is a little bit inconsistent in when it shows their pro name and when it doesn't. Or maybe it's perfectly consistent because I guess it always does it in the same spots. And in the drafting screen, sometimes I don't know. I haven't noticed the pattern there yet. It's not actually a PSG player. In case that wasn't clear, it's just Berna. He's just trolling. Got strength ready to go. Berna having a bit of a tough time in this top lane, but 3 points now in the cleave. Going straight into that Mask of Madness, of course. Just gonna have that one soon. Killing the Leo style is a good one, though, as with the Wisp rotating on over. That one is gonna be pretty easy. Zeus right clicks. Plenty of magic damage as well. I apologize there, missing another kill top lane. Better not popping the God Strength and immediately getting a kill onto the watermelon, slicing and dicing like it's 2012, and he just got his brand new iPod Touch. Playing some Fruit Ninja there. Oracle taking a lot of damage top lane from Slathin, but unlikely to actually yield a kill here for our little fairy. Of course, Shadow Fiend no longer as punished by when he dies. He does release still half of his souls, but the good news is that his max souls is now 20 as compared to 36. So that helped out this guy quite a bit, actually be somewhat pickable, as they're going to be able to steal some stacks here out from under our Sven. Really big plays here coming through from Thunder. That is not to be underestimated.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
They're going to turn on to Minos here. Tombstone drops. We still have a Soul Rip to keep him alive. Doesn't have a Pointing Gust here, so he is just going to get absolutely murdered. Look at that kill. I don't think even Wu's going to leave. They gave him a level 6. There's a buyback on Minos. What is going on? He TB's back? They have another overcharge because this thing is, again, maybe a little bit busted. What the heck was that, Minos? I do not particularly understand that play, so I'm going to question it. 8-minute rune spawns top lane. We got another Thunder God's Wrath at the ready here. Wiz nearby, as well as Yadomi. That might be a death. Slathin needs to help out his teammate here. Not much he can do, though. Wand charge is already utilized. Well within kill range here for the Thunder God's Wrath, but he doesn't want to use it. He can go ahead and use instead something a little bit different. Oh, Ravage, though, to try and turn. That's a kill onto one. A kill onto Robosetta to follow suit. As Leo will go ahead and drop a tip for that. That is the position 4, then dying. An exchange there, and the first Ravage of the game.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Nice little Shadow Realm there. A little bit of extra damage on the Bedna, just annoying him, making sure that anytime he's not spending in the jungle farming is going to be time wasted. Minos is probably going to die back here. Yeah, I don't know what Minos is doing this game. That was a bit of a silly death. Good relocate down bottom, I suppose, courtesy of Wiz, as he brings Robos at the end for the kill. Dead for 45 seconds is going to then be our Drow Ranger. Off to just a terrible start. No clue what the buyback was supposed to try and achieve there, if I'm being completely honest. Maybe if they were hitting Tombstone and Tombstone was like underneath the tower, but they were already walking. They had to walk back to hit Tombstone anyway. They had no interest of sticking around and fighting there. I don't know. It was really quite a silly buyback up from Minos. I don't know if he's just having fun or if he's tilted or what's going on there. Nine out of 10 games today, Sven. Yeah, I know, right? Tell me about it, brother. Another stack here at the 10-minute mark as we see our net worth leader is going to be our Sven. Not too far behind him, though, is Berna. Bottom tier 1 already taken. Minos rotating top to try and mirror and do the same, but he's way too late. Tower is half HP, though, and we do have allies rotating through. Ravage up in 30 seconds. They'll get the tower here. But again, Minos is definitely really struggling here in terms of last hits and net worth. Well over almost 800 gold at this point behind his offlaner, who had a decent time at least, but doesn't really excuse how bad of a time Minos had in that lane. This could be a kill onto at least one into the... He used the... Oh, he missed one of the raises. That was odd. I thought he was going to hit that one for sure, but doesn't matter. Yule Scepter reveal. He's going to go ahead and run on over the Haste Rune. Easy kill there for our Slardar. Oh, go. They're fighting, though, as we take a look on over. Zeus in a lot of trouble. He's going to go down. As there's still no mechanism up on our Wisp quite yet. Terrorize only will hit one, as next slot in is going to get nuked on down. Physical damage, of course, not blocked there by the Fate's Edict. Relocate not yet being channeled. They want to trick around and fight, and good for them, because there's the kill onto Wu. Both supports dead, and Thunder Predator, they want to get out. Can they escape, though, is the question. They've dropped a Tombstone very defensively here, which will slow them down a bit. Reload to get into the phase of Wu. Fortune's End to catch up with him. Echo Saber, Mask Cabana's already done for Berna. And there's Minos taking another death. Maybe they're gonna go for a little bit more. Good Fate's Edict. Another Ravage here in a very similar position to game one as Wish tries to keep his ally alive to no avail. SF rotating on over, using the Yule Scepter aggressively for the setup onto Wish. Fortune's End, though, it does well to keep him alive a bit longer, but not for much longer, as Berna will go ahead and set up for the kill onto Wish. Thunder God's Wrath to secure it. Cursed Crown there, almost saving the life of our Watermelon, but again, he is cut down by the Thunder God himself. Minos is back. He's already trying to die again, and he's... what are you doing to this game, Minos? I don't understand. It's the fourth death in very quick succession.
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I think Minos needing to reset. I'm not sure why, because they did win game one quite easily. There's no BM or anything that I could see, but yeah, just having a tough time in this second game. Our Sven now with just honestly a ridiculous amount of attack speed. It's like he constantly has Echo Saber ready to go.
Dire are scanning.
Oh, they found Minos. They're going to kill him again. He's going to try and hide from this one, but yeah, he knows what's coming. Gust, they have a little bit of a heal for him, but not much. Wu wants to go die as well. Why not? They even lose the Tombstone. What is Thunder Predator doing this game? They look nothing like they did game one. That's not going to kill him. Well, the Atomi knew that. Of course, that's going to make you completely magic immune. In the river, he's going to be playing around a little bit longer. Did I heal that with the Blink Dagger? Says hello, gets in his face, and now the souls are come out. Won't do much damage.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Our Predator just not having a very good game here. Maybe even better not going to get this kill on a Sacred. No God Strength quite yet, and lots of minus numbers there. But there's a kill mid lane, a little bit of a scrap, as Sacred needs to be careful here with the Anchor Smasher. Sven not doing a whole lot of damage here to him, sure, but still puts him in a bit of a dangerous position, as, yeah, they'll just rotate more people over with the minus armor. They should sure do a hell of a lot of damage. But, like with Thunder, what do you... I don't understand what this game is for them. This is shocking. No Zeus pun intended there. In trouble is Wu. He's going to be killed, murdered. Right now, Thunder just getting absolutely run over.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Minos, does he even have a Dragon Lance yet? No, he's going for the Yasha first. Has that one at least. He is being eclipsed right now, however, by Berna, who has quite literally double his net worth. Is this a full BKB already? No, is it? There's no way. It is. It's a 16-minute BKB. Mask of Madness, Echo Saber. We're going to a game 3 here, folks. We got a Slardar here, so Roche is no problem. DD Rune is going to be scouted. Why not? Yes, thank you very much. Put that one in the bottle, activate that one, and kill Roche real quick. They are pinging this one out. I'm not really sure what they can do about it. We do have a Ravage, but the question is, will even live it on long enough, rather, to get it off? The answer is no. Terrorize as well is going to run Sven pretty far away, but he's going to run right back into the Bramble Maces. They're looking for a solo kill. They will be able to get one, but now better not popping the BKB here, just running around in the river after Leo style. Gets the kill real easily. 3 taps them there. That's the BKB used for that one, though. Doesn't matter. We still have a little bit left of the God's Strength and this DD rune, so see you later, Roche. And that'll be that. 10-24, now closing on a 10k net worth lead here. Oh no, there's the Imp Claw. They have to give that one up. Free Imp Claw. Minos is probably a little bit upset about that one, but couldn't really do much there.
Dire are scanning.
Top late, Sacred, making a lot of space here. He's got another Anchor Smash. I mean, he's gonna die. Eventually. Slowly but surely, they will be condemned to death. Drakil mid lane is not even scared of both supports. Why would he be at this point? He's got more farm than the Drow Ranger. Maybe Minos just really hates playing Drow, to be honest. He's building a Midas, by the way, so I think he is honestly pretty checked out of this game. I mean, I see the use for a Midas, but no Dragonlance. As that's going to be now our poor Willow probably taking a dive. We'll be able to TP actually. He's safe and sound. Yeah, I don't know. I think this game is kind of a GG go next. I'm surprised, to be honest, because it seems like they got pissed off by the Wisp Slaughter combo. And then Minos bought back and I don't know.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Mid tier 2 down, only the bottom tier 2 remains now for Thunder Predator. And they're gonna keep on farming. They are gonna get filthy rich. This is not their Imp Claw, by the way. They stole that one. They didn't even have any tier 2 items before they hit that ancient, by the way. Just in case it wasn't apparent that they are very far ahead. Minos, is he gonna finish off the Midas before the game ends? We'll see. Still being eclipsed by everyone else's farm. Yodomi not too far off of his farm, actually, to be honest. Only a 1,500 net worth away. It's going to be a kill then onto Leo Style, who is trying to farm here. Terrorize is going to slow him down, but actually only get the Sven even closer. Roboseta then to secure the kill. And that's going to be then our poor SF down for the count. They relocate back, and honestly, if they're not careful, they might just get even more kills. That's already going to be now the Holy Locket coming to our Wisp. That'll be completed here in just a second. I presume, yep, the piece of paper is on the recipe. Minos just sitting on 2,000 gold here. I think he's going to try and buy the full Midas. He's now committed to it. There it is. Meanwhile, we have only Midas on Drow. Midas Yasha, I suppose that's not fair. Compared to almost full AC, Mask of Madness, 9-second BKB, Echo Saber. There's going to be an Ice Ravage. They catch 3. Can they actually kill Bernat? The answer is no, as they even heal up Widge plenty. That means, oh, yep, in good health is going to be Bernat. He chooses to do 1. He chooses to do 2. He's going to be murdering your Tombstone, and that's GG. I don't really have much to say about that game, other than it was one of the worst games I've seen Thunder play in a long time, unfortunately. Hopefully they can come back, as they played game 1 pretty well, but it's going to be 2 pretty short games, relatively speaking. And, well, we're going to get set up here for game number 3 in just a bit, guys. We're going to be going to a short break. When we come back, our final game and our deciding game to see who will be moving on into the upper bracket finals and who will be sent to play Omega in the lower bracket finals. We'll see you in a bit. Welcome back, everyone. Sorry about the delay here. We are now live with our last game of the day. It's been a long one. 2 series of best of 3s. As we'll see here, Unknown, they're going to go back to the Tilt Minos strategy as we have the Wisp Io against them. Sorry, the Wisp Io. The Wisp Tusk is going to be the combo against them with the Winter Wyvern 5 against the Sven. They are looking really good thus far versus the Omni Knight, however. So, Thunder Predator, I have no intentions of making this one easy for sure, but it is going to be a pretty easy offlane for sure. And if Minos buys back at, minute 8 like he did last time, it probably is going to be an easy win here then for the side of Unknown.
Dire team ban.
The sack.
Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Unknown then with the Leshrac. Good hero that enjoys long team fights along with the Sven, so it can be put to particular good use here. We need a safe laner for Unknown. Right now it's a blue lineup. They've banned Morphling, however, so I don't know any other blue heroes. Draw Ranger banned. Like Minos forcing that one out.
10 seconds Radiant remaining. Team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Final ban of the Void Spirit, Thunder Predator. I'll go with Medusa, so another very tanky hero. They might be thinking of well, obviously wouldn't be thinking of a Faceless Void if they need a mid laner. Versus a Lesh. The Pugna's always a good pick, but it's been banned. Well read by Unknown.
5 seconds remaining.
What's it gonna be then? I do apologize, guys. I got a mere 2 hours of sleep last night. Was kept awake, unfortunately. Unknown, they are going to have to pick themselves up. The safe lane carry for themselves. They got rid of illusion-based heroes, which is interesting because this one traditionally deals very well with them. But they don't want long team fights. We already have some pretty long team fighters here. Tusk, Wyvern, Lesh. PL? No, you wouldn't pick PL into this fan. There's some more burst, the CK. Alright, I like it. You don't do too well with the illusions. They do take like 300% damage, so you're not too concerned with it for sure, but that's going to be a pretty tough safe lane right there. Or it could be... No, that's almost certainly the safe lane. Sometimes you see off-lane CK. But there's the Ember Spirit then. Probably going to be the Flame Guard build. I think it's just a bit too difficult versus a Leshrac to try for anything else. Well, this will be it. Who decides whether they're going to be at least guaranteed a third-place finish moving on to the upper bracket finals, or who will be relegated to face Omega. Given the two drafts, I do prefer the unknown draft just because of this offlane. This is just just generally speaking, this offlane is really busted. Wisp and Tusk. If you've never seen it, you're in for a treat. But honestly, if you're watching NASA Dota, you've seen any Zoomers match, then this is the reason you'll see the Tusk be banned, generally speaking. It's a close one here. It's come down to 3. And, well, it can go no higher. We'll see here. Thunder taking on Unknown. The Movistar LPG final series. Thank you guys for tuning in. Hopefully you're enjoying the coverage as we're about to get underway. In terms of lane matchup, though, I mean, I don't know if Sven and Omni Knight is going to be enough to withstand Wisp and Tusk. There's not really a save there, unfortunately. The slow from tag team is just constantly reapplied. What is exciting, though, is this is almost certainly my last cast of this patch. So, hey, that's something I am looking forward to. I don't mean any flame by that in case there's a Valve employee watching. It was a good one. It's just, you know, you just can't wait for the next one. You know what I mean? And I certainly can no longer wait. Gonna be exciting. Tomorrow's cast, lower bracket elimination match, likely on a very brand new patch. So that is gonna be real exciting. We might even get it if we're unlucky or unlucky. We might even get it between games 1 and 2 or games 2 and 3 in a series. Wouldn't that be something special? We're going to have to see here as we are now getting underway. 4 heroes down bottom for Unknown on the dire side yet again. No lane swap shenanigans this time around, but they are going to be saying hello to each other. As Minos standing watch on the high ground.
30 seconds to battle.
Tag team already taken. We haven't seen it yet, but it will be overcharge taken at level 1. There is no question about it, simply put. The good news is Sacred is going to have a relatively decent time in this lane. The CK, he deals okay with boars, but being a ranged, or sorry, a melee hero, he's already naturally at a disadvantage. Here, we'll see. Will Minos take the bait? He's not. That's a smart decision. As he knows tag team's ready. And he would be basically minced meat if he got within range of that Wisp. You don't even need to take tether level 1 here. In fact, you don't with the combo. You take overcharge level 1 and you just do a crap ton of damage. You can see they're ready to brawl these two. Bonus stats are going to be no joke. 5 strength equals plus 10 damage on every single one of these hits. Not to mention, of course, that on top of that, you also get another 3 damage, so it's plus 13, basically. A little bit more attack speed, slightly more intelligence. Strong lane. It's a strong lane, this one. As in they go. The stun level 1. They have split their targets, though, so not the best uses there at level 1, but you can already see that Thunder, they come out worse for wear out of that little trade than Unknown do. We'll be back for that one in a little bit. Really strong early lead for Leo Style, though. One of the strongest mid laners in the NASA region. That sounds adorable. Rhymer Spirit, but he is not going to be going. He doesn't like the Flame Guard build. So he's going to be kind of playing a semi-carry role. Needs to get off to a decent start out from this laning stage, though, which I think is going to be fine because you kind of have to contest here. They're dying bottom. They're also dying top lane. You already see how strong this is. I knew it was going to be top. I thought it was going to be bottom, though. But top lane, it will be Berna and Yadomi getting the kill. Reality Rift pulling him in, the minus armor. And that's going to be first blood then in favor of Unknown. Healing salve used bot lane already for Minos. She's still at level 1 on this Wisp. He'd do well to get level 2. Yeah, there it is. Now as soon as... Yeah, here they go. Yeah, this might just... Oh, nope. He's missed the first auto attack, actually. Sven with War Cry, of all things. And the bonus armor and the move speed there actually ended up saving his life. That didn't allow Drakil to hit off an auto attack. You need to be well within auto attack range there. So this bot lane for Unknown, proving that it's not exactly a free combo. There's point in Flame Guard. I was going to say we definitely need one. At least. Just too much magic damage in that mid lane for you to ignore it. Oh, free courier kill for Slavian. He'll say thank you very much. Do a little bit of a whirl. Only a singular whirl, though. Not much else. Does Reality Rift do damage again? No, it just slows, right? Yeah, no, it doesn't slow. It's armor reduction. I knew that. But I wasn't sure if it did a little bit of damage. Level 4, what is it? 112? Yeah, okay. So this is going to be the Ember Sphere build on. This is good. Might as well. When he gets more points in the magic, you put more points in the magic guard. There's going to be now 2 points in Lightning Storm, so Leo Styles is going to be very happy that he actually does have 2 points now in the Flame Guard. Level 1 Flame Guard is just awful. It's terrible. It's horrible. I hate it. It's scary. It's so bad. This one, a little bit better. This chat is so dead. Well, I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. So then is going to be running away from the Winter Wyvern as they look to rotate mid lane. We do have Syrian Chains level 1, not the easiest or the longest duration to set up for an arrow, but it is possible as Rune will spawn bottom. Slavian might just die for this, leaping away. Doesn't quite have the arrow primed and ready, but that's not going to save Yadomin, who is going to die. Regen Rune picked up by Roboseta, however. He's going to be real happy with this one. If he can get a quick level 6, he's going to be able to do a ton of damage here with the Pulse Nova. Do we have stacks for him yet? We have a few. You can already see Marana ruining a couple of them here simply just by walking by and pressing W. It's really easy, very balanced. As we have both supports now rotating back over. Leo Styles going to get his bottle refilled. Great stun, though. And it's going to stop him from getting in an extra... Oh, it stops him from even refilling it at all. What a play. That's a really big deal, actually, here for this mid lane. Leo is actually in trouble now. Oh, goodness. That is really, really bad. I mean, that's not too bad. He's got the bounty room, but it does force him away. He's able to get off any more spells. Good arrow there. Will catch Yadomin. Can they get a kill, though? 2-second stun, making it kind of unlikely. Leaping forward is Slavian, though, as they get a kill bot lane onto Sven in the meantime. They will get the Wyvern, however. There's Berna just running for his life. All right, well, Minos didn't buy back yet, so that's a good sign. He doesn't have the gold for it, though, to be honest, so maybe that's why. Yeah, Wisp doing 637 damage there. Snowball, and that's just going to be tag team doing its thing. Kill top lane, though, as they end up getting 2 for the price of, well, none for Thunder Predator. As they will follow through with a kill then onto the CK, the Casino Knight. 6-minute rune approaching quite rapidly. Regen already utilized by Roboseta. As Leo in some trouble, dodges the bit of damage there. Rune's going to spawn top. No, it's actually bottom. It's a haste, but he's pulled himself back here, running for his life. He's going to be able to easily outrun here the Wisp as well as the Lesh. Not going to be able to stun him. He does have to return home. I don't believe he has got a Remnant down either. Oh, he does have a Remnant down, and he's returning right back here. You're right, that was terrible math. Sorry, that's NA math with 2 hours of sleep. It should be what? Because they each get 3, so it's 16. Wu is dead. Fantastic ice shards will seal his fate. That's funny. Yeah, my goodness. I doubled one, didn't double the other. Yeah, it's 16 bonus damage there for every single volley of attacks that they end up taking, which, you know, adds up. Especially with the Wisp on a ranged hero against 2 melees, it's not quite a free lane for him, but it's pretty darn close. Leo Style, though, having a really fun time here mid lane. I was wondering, it was like 13. What did I say 13 about? Oh, right, the damage.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Bot lane, are they going again on a Woo? They are trying. Low mana, however, on Tusk makes it a little bit difficult. Not by much, though. 8 minutes, everyone's still settling nicely into their lanes, except for the CK, who's moved on into the jungle already. What is that, a second Wraith Band? It's going to be Power Treads instead. So he's off and away into the jungle, not having too much fun of a time in that top lane. Sven is just going to about do the same here. He's been beaten to the punch at level 6, though, by quite a bit. If we take a look at experience, it plays out in a very obvious manner here. Sven down to level 5. It's a little early to switch over to net worth, but we'll do it anyway, as of course the lanes have begun to break down. Woo in trouble. They are TPing one on over. It's the Ember Spirit, maybe trying for a kill on the Wisp, taking a ton of damage from the creep wave as well. They need a bit more though. Plants a ward before he dies, and that's a kill. Well, you can see you take so much damage from the creep wave as a range hero. So heads up play there by Leo Style to utilize the Syrian chains that way, as Minos does well to steal an arcane rune away from the Leshrac. Bio carry isn't as viable because that hero damage spike is at level 20 now. That's correct. More specifically, the Dota was really fast for a time, so it fell out of favor. But also, like, the build-up is so bad now on the Wisp, especially since Tether does, or the balls don't slow anymore, so you can't really, like, they're just so bad. So there's a roar at top lane. Chaos Bolt's heading the way of Sacred, however, pulled back into his death. Down he goes. Couldn't even get the crit off. Bottom lane fighting versus Woo as well. They should be a pretty easy kill. Roboseta just running him down. And very easy kill across 2 lanes there for Unknown.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Yeah, unfortunately, Wisp carry has been seriously nerfed. It used to be like 75 or even 80 hero damage or something crazy on the Spirit Wisp. Of course, everything got nerfed by 20%, so that's why it's a little bit less now. But it also used to be on the 15 talent, which was absolutely ridiculous. Spirits also used to slow all the time. Now they don't slow ever, even there's no talent for it. So yeah, and the hero's just really slow, unfortunately. You can go for like the Helm of the Dominator build and try and farm with that, but again, it's really slow. You still find yourself like level 15, 16, 17, 18, 19 without really much to do. Tends to be a big problem for the hero. So there's a kill top lane yet again, fighting over the bounties. They get killed quite easily. Maybe in trouble is going to be Mirana, but she's going to read that one well and get out of harm's way. What was it? That's a reference for a Dancing Groove game? I have no clue, to be honest. I thought it was an anime. Whenever there's a reference that I don't know, specifically for a Dota player, I'm just like, is it an anime? And then half the times it is. Who's just standing here? I mean, do they have a ward here? No, he's playing mind games. He just knows that there's death almost everywhere, and death, well, it's still coming for him. Walrus Punch into the Ice Shards, brought back right into his death. Nice Ice Shards there is going to stop Leo Style from doing too much damage in return. Not that he has a whole lot of damage to be dealing right now. Going for the Blade Mail build. Roar committed. That'll be then a kill quite easily onto Drakil. Maybe even a free one on the Wisp as well, who uses the relocate to leave. Pops the healing cell, but he's unable to find a kill. Is this live? Says, what is it? Tuha Valuhu? No, it's not live. I'm just responding to your comment in the VOD. In trouble. Berna goes as Widge will now fall. Uh-oh. That's going to be the GA. That's a great fight all of a sudden for Thunder Predator. Berna taking a little bit more to actually get killed thanks to the armlet, but eventually he will go down. 2 kills then for Leo Style, as he's got a ton of damage. Snowball, as they want to die here on this man as well. We do have a Winter's Curse available. Good spacing from Thunder is going to prevent anything from being too effective. Great arrow, perfectly timing that. Could barely even turn. Walrus Punch at least will do a little bit of damage. Rakil, is he going to live here? No. Okay, the answer is no. That's actually his second death in that fight. So quite a few deaths off the side of Unknown. 5 in total. Oh, I see what he means. He's probably saying, is it live? I mean, yes, it's live. You can't just say, is it live in esports, though, because chances are yes, especially if it's in the title, it's live. Obviously, there's a delay for, you know, competitive integrity, among other reasons. So, yeah, I mean, it's live with a delay. Yeah. Yeah, you gotta use your words a bit more specifically there, my friend. Anyway, Tusk nearly has a Blink Dagger on the offlane. Tusk, he's not really had such a great time in the lane. 3, 2, and 2, of course, the very magical number as we are fighting over here. Nice kill onto the CK as he was looking to steal stacks. And Thunder Predator playing a much better game this time around, like unbelievably much better here. They've completely turned it around. So well played to them for having probably what was a very quick team chat saying, hey guys, let's just win this game, yeah? And then they go, oh yeah, you're right, we can win. And great game to see them kind of recover from. That's going to be Blade Mail completed now on our Ember Spirit, as that's another kill onto Tusk, who does not finish off the Blink Dagger quite yet, not making any progress. He's in fact moving backwards on that one. Blade Mail active means Roboseta is very scared of that spiky man. He's going to have to run. So they will drop the sentry, but they're just going to be able to see them escaping and backing away. No interest in continuing the fight here. We will have GA back up in 30. Moonlight Shadow on cooldown for 2 minutes. But top tower is currently still getting sieged. I wonder what the build is. Is this actually Necrobook? I think it is Necrobook, right? Should be finished and flying on his way. It is. Necrobook 1. Not the fastest timing, but not too bad either. And Sacred is going to be pushing a bit faster now. Oh, the Remnant back top lane. My camera couldn't even catch up with him. As they go for the D ward, they're maybe going to look for the Wyvern. A bit difficult, though. Oh, not difficult if you have Remnants to break trees. As the TP coming through from Leostal, Yadomin's going to see him TP away and say, oh god, I'm about to die, guys. And he's going to be left alone. For now, there's no arrow. There's a possibility out from Slathin. Maybe wants to wait for the Ember Spirit here, but right now, Wyvern keeping her distance. No Winter's Curse yet available, so there's not a whole lot of threat. Oh, if you stand still, they're going to kill you, though. And Slathin's just going to walk on over, get the vision, and there's going to be... Oh, you need an auto attack. I know cool guys don't look at explosions, but you got to get the kill there. Sacred then will finish that one off with a Wild Axis.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Got it.
Oh, his mount looks stupid. What? Looks fine. I think he's like... He's probably missing a couple of cosmetics, though. I mean, I don't think he... No, I think that's just the mount. Never mind. This Wisp Tusk not really working out too well. And unfortunately, IOCK used to be like an old-time combo when Tether used to stun. But that hasn't been a thing in forever. Blade Mail reflecting a ton of damage here. Here's Phantasm, the back lines. As the blink from Drakil used very defensively. Mino showing up, two-shotting there, the Wyvern. No chance for the Winter's Curse this time around. Looking for Roboseta, who's a bit tankier. In the meantime, they have already lost the Omni Knight, so there's no GA in this fight to defend against Berna. Minos can simply run away, as they are going to be severely reducing the healing already with the Spirit Vessel up and going. Arrow sailing through, won't find anyone. It was a good effort, though. And that'll be the team fight there. A 1 for 2 in favor of Thunder Predator. Most importantly, Sven getting involved, getting kills, not wasting any time here, going straight into the Aghanim Scepter here for Minos. A much, much better game for Thunder. Oh, they're fighting crap. As there's going to be the snowballs to save Drakil, and immediately into the Cold Embrace. As our Ember Spirit bitten off a little bit more than he could chew, straight into plenty of stuns for him, as he's not able to get any defensive spells off there. Wonder what he's going to be going for on our Ember Spirit. Phantasm with a super short cooldown. Anyway, yeah. So IOCK used to be an old-timey combo, like back before I played Dota, to be honest, because Tether used to stun. Or it used to... apply basically 100% move speed slow for like a second, which is effectively a stun. No longer does it do that anymore, however. They're going to try and break this tether, which instead is going to leave. Oh, no, they actually are going to be able to cancel that one. Winter's Curse, though, is Sven running right in there. Blade Mail doesn't work against allies, though, GA to keep him alive, however. Interesting usage of the GA. The Rakil, in the meantime, is going to find Slavine, but he's also going to find the Searing Chains, courtesy of the Ember Spirit. They're still fighting here, by the way. Minos jumping in versus 3 heroes here. Doesn't have a single ally around him. Minos, you mad lad. In the meantime, Leo Style is still trying to focus down onto this Wyvern, but they've already lost Wu as well here. At least this time we're able to dodge the Split Earth. Listen, ladies and gentlemen, if you don't think... what do you think the Super Bowl isn't live? You know there's like a 3-minute delay on that bad boy too, right? In terms of when it's actually live or not. Like, nothing's like really live. If you're gonna be a smarty pants about a 4-minute delay, then I got news for you about how the broadcast world currently works. There's almost always delays. So I guess by that, nothing's really live. You know, if you don't think this is live, let me tell you something here that'll blow your mind. You've never seen your own face. You've only seen pictures and reflections of it, guys. So, you know, how about that one? You know, if everything's underwater, is anything wet? These are important questions to be considering if you think that we're not live right now. Uh-oh. They're fighting mid, though. Let's catch up here. Once again, it's just constantly Ember Spirit getting caught now by the Yule Scepter combo. Definitely needs something here. The Omni Knight can't be expected to be there all the time. Heavenly Grace has got a pretty crappy spell cast range as well. So it doesn't really leave a lot of room for error there. Leo Style is still going into more damage, though. He sees nothing wrong with the way he's playing. I don't necessarily disagree, but it can be a problem. Roshan attempt here. This is the first time we haven't seen a slaughter, though, so this is kind of what Roche is supposed to look like. Arrow sailing on in. That's going to be courtesy of Saladin. That might just be enough to secure them this Roshan. Careful nearby. Yadomin is going to be running on into the pit. He's a little bit too late, unfortunately. Even without that Aether Lens, was not going to make it in time. BKB completed here just before the 20-minute mark for Berna. Now that's going to be the Echo Saber Armlet and the Black King Bar against the Necrobook 3. He is going to get roared up, though. It's actually primarily for the Wisp. Arrow will connect onto him. Down he goes. Yes, at least they are going to be able to farm up the Necrobook illusions, or summons. What is this? What is the Wyvern doing here? In some trouble here, probably trying to steal a rune, but there's going to be the Agnum Scepter, then courtesy of Clark. Svent, very farmed. Both supports then taking a dive at the 20-minute mark for the bounty runes and trying to contest the Roche. Double Bracer. Now that's 16 damage right there. Easy peasy. 10 base damage plus 6 bonus damage. Oh, hello there, Ember Spirit. You actually don't hit the Snowball stun, which means the Chaos Bolt is not going to hit either. There is an arrow now coming in, but the healing on the whiffs is going to get Marana in and out. Leo Style popping the Blade Mail. Birna does not care about a Blade Mail, however. As Roboseta unfortunately unable to land the stun either. 3-second stun. The duration halved over by the likes of Wu, who then is going to use the GA here. Very greedy GA, to be honest. Didn't really have anyone else near him to even benefit from that one. And that's going to be then a kill quite easily. Relocate coming in as they have found Minos. They're going to be looking to fight here. There's the buyback. They are invis, but have the detection nearby. Minos in a lot of trouble. Will actually end up dying. That was a good fight from Unknown to try and fight here. I'm surprised it's going so well. Wu's about to die back because Minos was not going to pop the ultimate. There's going to be the kill, and he's going to pop the Wyvern right after. Did not get the ulti off. Roboseta running for his life. They're going to turn around. They have nothing to stun on. Roar, however, will catch Berna. That's going to be a worthwhile kill if they can get it, and they can. As Unknown, they end up going a little bit too deep. Nice ice shards, forcing everyone to walk around a little bit here. Will it save the kill? Probably not. We have an arrow at the ready, trying his best to dodge this one out. Wiz nearby in range with the tether to save him, as he's going to continue getting ran down. There's going to be another charge utilized, catching the Wisp this time actually with the arrow. You'll take that kill. That's going to refill your vessel just the same, and that'll allow then Drakil to TP away to safety. Maelstrom finished for our Ember, who once again is going to be victim to just a very easy combo here. Time and time again, he has the Remnant out, but he's not proven that he has the reflex time to match the item build of really no defensive items whatsoever for our Ember Spirit. Does the mirror have delay? Yeah, I guess it does, right? Because if you think about it, light travels at the speed of 3 by 8 to, what was it, 3 by 8 to, oh my god, 3 by 10 to the 8th meters per second. So, you know, I would say then the mirrored is delayed as well. So you've never even seen your face live, even in reflections or in pictures. How's that one feel, guys? How does that one feel? Tell me this isn't live. You guys are the ones that are not live. Old man yelling at clouds over here. Bot lane, though, Leo style once again looking to play very aggressively here. That Agil's going to scout him. Haste rune activated, though. He's going to look to run at them. Has the Blade Mount on standby. Better not. Forced out. Arrow will miss, actually. Sailing through, not catching a single person. Walrus punch to follow us up on the Leo style, but onto the back lines goes Sacred. He's got a Roar onto the Wyvern. Winter's Curse, though, used is going to actually catch this Warrior, which is beating his ass right now, but he's going to be able to live a little bit longer there. As the Blink Dagger from Drakil will come through in time. 2 ultis already dropped here, as there is the first one to go. It's Drakil. Minos utilizing the ulti for that one. Leo unable to find the Wisp in time, who's TPing away in the trees. Roboseta as well, safe and sound, but Berna might just be left for dead here if they can connect an arrow. There's one available in another second here. They may not need it, though. There goes the Sven, and dead goes PCK.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Is this an E-Pulse tournament? It is not. This is the Movistar LPG Final Series. We have Thunder Predator going up against Unknown. First seed Thunder, second seed Unknown. Through the 8-team, 2-group GSL tournament. Oh, that arrow's gone fishing, and they caught themselves a Wyvern.
Is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
No sorceries avail.
Akil TPing over. He got baited, though. Someone canceled their TP. He's actually the only one here. Minos could easily kill him, but he's going to decide to run, which is definitely the smart move. Wu nearby, ready to dispel a stun from his friend as the BKB forced. Already dispelling the split earth. There's a Roar onto the back lines. Down goes the Wyvern. Now immune to physical damage thanks to the GA. They're going to go for the Wisp here. They need a bit more damage. The Vessel wasn't applied immediately, but now it's okay because they have plenty of damage to follow up after the burst heal. Better not nearby as well. Does not have the Phantasm. Actually, he's already used it. He's going to use the BKB, though, as he looks to turn onto Minos. They have found, however, Drakil. It's a much easier kill, so they'll settle for him. This game, all of a sudden, it's absolutely snowballing here in favor of Thunder Predator.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
332 gold there for Sladian, as they are likely to go high ground here. There's no reason not to. They don't know, but no buybacks currently available for Unknown whatsoever. You could say that the buyback status is unknown. As there goes Minos. Oh, they gone fishing. They caught Berna as well. They need magic damage here, though. They don't have nearly enough of it. Winter's Curse just to buy Berna a bit more time. It might not even save him. There's the Wisp. Has to relocate him back home. A whole 20 feet, however. Very, very necessary, as now the rest of Thunder Predator will be looking to back up here. Ooh, or will they? Nope, Sven, he sees a kill, he wants a kill. He's going to be able to get that one for free, so thank you very much. Drakil punished for what, in retrospect, was a little bit of a foolish TP. And here goes Roboseta then nearby. I think they're just going to let Sacred die, to be honest with you. There's a roar to try and get him to escape. He's actually going to live a little bit longer here. There's no winner's curse. There's no relocates. We can't really too easily catch up to these guys. And yeah, they're off and away, free to go. Dusted up, though. They were smoked, rather. They move incredibly quickly. Illusion Rune pop. He's going to break the smoke here by Leo Styles. Going to get a few sips of the bottle off. Does not have his Omni Knight nearby, but it's not going to matter because they're actually going to miss the split Earth. That's going to force out the Phantasm. And that's that.
What did you
Unknown kind of grasping at straws there at the end of that engagement. Couldn't really hold on to anything. You know, for some reason, I think I've just realized this now. I always thought that grasping at straws meant like, you know, those type of straws you drink a milkshake out of or boba tea, you know? What it probably means is that you're trying to hold on to something, but you're grasping at straw, like hay, you know? Because when you pull hay, it just comes out in your hand. That's probably what it means. But I for some reason, I always thought, why would you ever be trying to hold on to a bunch of straws, like, for a soda? My goodness. They're going to leave that Sentry Ward there. They go, no, we don't need to deward it. Screw you, Sentry Ward. Now they're going to go back for it. Salian's like, why didn't you deward the Sentry? You know, I wanted you to do it. Another Yule Scepter queued up here for Drakil, as Minos is going to say hello to Roboseta in the mid lane. They're probably going to be looking to push this tier 2 tower. Roshan has respawned. That's been scouted, so it looks like Thunder Predator. They're going to make the call instead and look for Roche, as they're gonna confirm it with both couriers just in case. Solar Crest available now as well. I believe that's going to be Woo's, and it's not actually. Whose Solar Crest is that? Is it the Beastmasters? It is. Okay, it's the Beastmasters. They're fighting here, though. They've got a ward on the high ground. Moonlight Shadow as well, but inside central range, as there's going to be the quick kill now onto the Wyvern, as well as onto Wisp in some trouble. Wyvern does a buyback. They have lost Slathen for this one, but Slathen will buy back and start TPing immediately there to the outpost. Careful on that Wyvern, hiding, waiting in the wings, as Bednar continuing to farm in a bit of a dangerous place now. But Akil with a snowball, unfortunately not able to do much. It's a bit of a Rorschach situation there as he traps himself in there with Minos, or so he thinks. Yule Sceptered up, dodged this time by the likes of Leo Style, who's also going to be looking to dodge the reality. But now Bitter not taking a lot of damage. Roboseta nearly dying to the cleave as Ember sees that he's going onto the high ground, realizes he has actually nothing that goes through BKB right now, so he's going to eat a Winter's Curse instead. Lots of damage applied here, but we do have plenty of healing for him, as they're going to try and go through the back door, considering that you know, the creep is about to break it. And that'll be then another bit lane of Barracks. Alam there going for more, nearly having enough magic damage there for the kill onto the Wyvern. Is with the Starstorm, they got it. Leo in trouble, he's dead. Dead for 75 seconds here, as Wu taking a lot of damage as well. Might take a death here in an effort to try and save his compatriot, but nope, it was all a bait. Roboseta is going to find the Stormhammer of Clark Svent, and that might just be the game here. Well, hold on, actually, he does have buyback. Yule Scepter available now. No BKB for 20 seconds, and also no top lane of Barracks. So mid tier 2 is the only thing saving them from getting megas, and no, I don't know if that's going to save you for much longer. Nice snowball save, dodging as well as the Sven damage, as well as the arrow, but the roar coming through perfectly placed there. Dead for over 2 minutes now as the GG will come out. It will be Thunder Predator at the end of the day. They take the game and the series, and we'll be moving on in the playoffs. Very well played to these guys. A very, very sloppy game too, but it's really nice to see a team rally after a pretty bad defeat, to be honest. Like, I think that's definitely a sign of a really strong team overall. Every team is going to have a bad game. Statistically, every team is going to play their worst game. It's just going to happen. It's, as Rocky says, it's not about how hard you can punch. It's about how hard you can get punched and get back up, and that's what Thunder Predator have proved here. with a pretty good series overall. They are going to take the 2-1 victory. That's going to be it for today's stream, guys. I got some sleep to catch up on. We are going to be back tomorrow at the same time. So what is that? That's 4 p.m. Central. That would be 5 p.m. Eastern for lower brackets, and then upper bracket match. Do tune in. It might be some of the first Dota we get to see on this brand new patch, to be honest. So that is going to be very, very exciting, guys. Thanks again for watching. I have been SeekNStrike. Sorry for the cast today. They weren't exactly fantastic, but tomorrow we're going to come back at it freshly rested with a brand new patch of Dota. Tomorrow's a brand new day, folks, so we are going to see you then. For now, well played to Thunder Predator, who take the 2-1 victory over Unknown. Unknown will be playing Omega to kick off our day tomorrow at 4 p.m. Central Time. We'll see you then.